It also resulted in me crying on stream, so it's fine.
Okay.
It was a game, it's fine.
Yeah, I was going to say, what the hell made you
I
cry?
see we're live.
Yeah, we are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Minor Illusion. We're a bunch of us
Hi.
people sit and cry on stream. But tonight we'll be
Hello
playing
there.
some Dungeons and Dragons. Everybody's eager to be seen, so we may as well jump over. Okay. Oh, that is the wrong one. That's for in a couple of weeks. We've got an announcement about that, actually. So, one announcement. Coming on the 21st at 1 p.m., we'll be doing our episode 9 of Short Stories, where we'll be doing another little one-on-one session. DM and a single player will be exploring some backstories. I'll be joined by Liv for that one. So I think
It was a bit delayed, but okay.
Just
so
a
that
bit.
is it for the announcement. Does anybody else have anything they want to bring up?
So,
Yeah, he did say he wanted to say that.
So,
Possibility for me streaming at some point, either this week or next week. But confirmation of when exactly I'm doing that will be going on my Instagram. So,
Awesome.
yeah, nothing confirmed yet. Gonna need to wait until I know what exactly state I'm in. More than likely story time, possibly gameplay as well.
Alrighty. So now, normally this is when we go straight into some D&D, but I think we should transition us properly from now on. So, with that in mind, let's jump into tonight's session for Dungeons and Dragons with the Minor Illusion team.
if you don't have Twitch open, have a look at it now.
So, finally we have an intro. Still a short one. Not a big budget. We've not got budgets of certain streamers, but that's something we've wanted for a little while. So,
I mean, I hadn't seen it, so I had to just mute
is our
the
camera
thing
mixed
again,
up?
just so that I could,
that's fine. I'll pop
Oh
it.
yes, your cameras are wrong.
Are they?
Oh,
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yes,
wants
that's
to be
right. I
there.
Oh
completely
yeah,
forgot.
Catalan Vans have to switch places.
Yeah, because I wanted to switch them because they're doing my head in. So, oh, let's not do that. Let's unlock, not hide them. Blech. Blech. Blech.
This is
Yeah,
so
fuck
professional, everyone.
Yeah.
Well,
It's like, oh look,
technical
have a,
difficulties.
have a
Yay!
nice professional looking intro,
Transition.
and then, this.
Professionals! Professionals.
We've only been doing it for a year,
Nearly.
nearly.
Honestly, I think today's the day that we're gonna let standards kind of like go a little bit today.
Yeah, we're hitting our
I
peak.
look like I look like I dropped lasagna. We've got like the cams out of order. Like it's going to be one of the days. I think everyone.
I just wasn't aware or told that we had to have standards to begin with.
You what now?
And that's what I meant.
Standards, what are those?
If they're standards.
Yeah, good point.
Look at my backdrop. I've got a potty right there.
Lovely.
Oh.
Yeah, quite
Standard.
literally, we're in the shit house.
So,
Hey.
last week, y'all woke up something. Or rather, something escaped from the body of an enemy you fell and decided to seems to be moving out of the room where the party was holding up. Eventually, a battle ensued to try and destroy it, but the creature proving too powerful and too, we'll see, smart enough, decided to forgo concluding the encounter and make its escape. So a new entity or some sort of enemy that was hiding inside the body of Lideron, which felt to escape to preserve itself, is now at large in the ocean or the underdark of Mercador. Party then
Underdark.
returned themselves back to the main streets of the city itself and head back into town. Bumping into the bakery stall, there we go, that's the word, discovered that Jacob McKinnon has suddenly appeared, one where his wife has asked for other parties' help to try and locate him. He's suddenly returned. But it seemed to be quite strange. Some observations of strange behaviour, and then seemed to be some strange coordinated effort to escape, and then also seemed to guide Emily McKinnon away. There seems to be something going on. With not much lead to go on, the rest of the party finally reconvened in, we'll say, an action in progress inside the tub of Van Zandt. With a few bits of embarrassing moments and a discussion, as well as a gluttonous wolf, the Duke himself grabbed the group and inquired for them to try and make haste as soon as they can to Mir's tower, as they feel that their time is running out. The party then decided to, after discussing further with themselves, to call it there for the night, and that's where we left off our previous episode. So everybody should have a long rest. One of the previous sessions, I think it was last session actually, feats were handed out. Did everybody pick their new level up feat? Awesome.
Yeah,
I think I
I've
did.
picked mine.
Yeah, me and you
Yes.
worked on yours, Lila. I know some of you other guys have picked up feats. Some of you have picked up some interesting feats as well. But so everybody's in their own rooms and on the different floors. What are you guys up to? Or did you decide to all sleep in Van Zandt's bed like a giant humanoid dog pile?
One big bed.
One big bed.
But does anybody have enlarge?
Fall out of my bed
Actually,
now.
yes.
Cast a lot on the bed.
You know
If I
what? If
remember
it's going to annoy
correctly-
Van Zandt, then yeah.
If I remember correctly, I know I took Mantra back to her room because she used orb, went
Yes!
insane,
Yes!
and
She was
I,
drooling.
I stayed in the same room as her for that night.
Well done. I actually forgot that, yes. Mantra,
I was hoping you forgot.
you begin speaking. I'll let you handle this. I'm not going to roleplay your character. That's your job. You guys be your characters. I'll be the DM and I'll just make your lives exciting, interesting, and a living hell all at once in one glorious clusterfuck of nonsense.
I don't even think I got the feat. I thought I did, but I don't see one I don't recognise.
Maybe it's one you've been trying to pick for a very long time. So you've been looking at it after every session. Soon.
Soon, my pretty, soon.
Okay,
Going by
good.
feats, I don't think I've got any new one actually.
You told me on the 22nd that you got the feat, spent some points in performance, blah blah blah, advantage on charisma, deception, and performance.
No, I already had actor. I started with that.
Yeah, that's one of our starting feats.
Yeah. But
Do
is there something
the...
like I'll link it for you.
Oh no, you took skill expert.
That's it.
Yeah, because you took proficiency and then expertise and performance, and then you increase your intelligence score.
Okay.
That's something I've not seen before.
What?
Your skill expert.
Yeah, that'll be it then.
You know,
Okay.
you know you're going to get proficiency in performance with your direction, right?
If I go for that,
Yeah,
yeah.
you'll have to just rechoose your
In
feat
which
then.
case, I'll just have to move one.
All right, so Who's waking up first? In fact, let's roll initiative.
I mean,
boy.
I've got all my jail dice here. I decided to empty the jail, so.
Oh, my first fucking natural 20.
Yay!
Just so I can wake up and meditate first.
Anybody got higher than 20 for initiative?
Yeah, 21.
Yeah.
Do you have initiative score?
23.
Because you've got Dex, don't
22.
you? Oh, 22, okay. So, Cahal... Oh, sorry, what was yours, Laura?
23.
23. Okay, so you 3 first, and then who... What do you two get?
10.
10,
16.
16. Okay. Laura, you
I'm
woke
sleeping
up.
in. Woo!
You had a long night.
Oh yeah.
You started waking up before, from the scratching at the door and a whimpering.
So?
Scratching at the door.
Ah, sure. I'll go ahead and open the door.
God.
Um,
It's about 100 feet per 6 seconds.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and look at the play space that he was in, just like... Well, he can move fast when he wants to. Just gonna go ahead and just lean against the door then, wait for him to come back.
Takes a while. Probably about 30 seconds, maybe a whole minute. He comes back up all happy. And just walks in.
Did you... I'll just go ahead and scratch him behind the ears. Did you need out really badly there, bud?
Just walks past you, doesn't acknowledge. Flop, flop on the bed. And
Okay, then.
rolls. And there's a paw.
And let me guess, he's taken up where I was sleeping, right?
Well, less.
Okay. I'll go ahead and start getting washed and dressed for the day then.
Okay. Cahal, you suddenly feel the urge of the rooster. But then you realise now you're using human form, but you still wake up.
I will meditate out on the balcony for the next 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Only 10 minutes to change your spells?
Only 10 minutes.
Only 10 minutes, that's amazing. So, as you do, bring over some of your relics and some of your other belongings for creating your meditation and your prayer, and you just take a little quiet moment. Tetsu, you fall a
Yeah.
bed.
I wasn't technically even on a bed.
Yeah, you still have to get back up. No, I don't think you'd been on a bed at all for a while, actually. No, you did. You did have one bed sleep.
Yeah, I had
Toto gave you
one.
waking. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Tetsu's in my room.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tessie wanted to make sure Mantra didn't do anything stupid while she was insane.
Like the last time when we were pissed.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And ironically, you shared the room with Tetsu then.
Aye. You're not very good
Yeah.
at this whole guard business, are you?
I was asleep. Not my fault. I wake up and just do some meditation so I can...
Prayer, I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Meditation / prayer since monk cleric.
That's fine. You hear some rustling around, Mantra.
Okay. And I guess that's me waking. And I
Yes.
dropped a dice just on cue there. I guess that one is in long-term dice jail because I can't see it.
Just, oh,
Tetsu, what are you doing in my room?
You went a bit nuts last night after you used the orb.
you will remember everything
the
that
orb,
happened.
the orb. Oh well.
You just realised Tetsu's making sense there.
Okay. How bad was it?
You were coming out with random gibberish words,
Okay.
and no one could understand you.
And what's the plan for today?
We still have to decide whether or not we're wanting to go to Mir's Tower or go to deal with the thing Cathal seen.
Well, that's not really a decision, is it?
Well, we kind of ended up having someone that went insane and trying to deal with you. before we came to a definitive decision.
Was there any definitive, or is it left undisclosed?
We've not
Because
came to a decision yet.
okay, because I would like to speak to everyone out with this building.
Well, you won't be able
That's
to
an
speak
option.
with Van Zandt outside this building.
No, we can. We can. There's ways.
Okay. But yeah, I'm gonna get back to my prayer. Give me a
We should probably meet up with the party once everyone's awake. Where did I put my books? And then I'll go through my belongings and find the. I'm actually going to be looking at the Tabaxi book as opposed to the Thingy Beasts book.
Some interesting things, some body parts you weren't aware of before, where certain bones are. Some interesting behaviours observations that you find reading through the book. Go give me an investigation check.
Okay, so do I use my dice, my jail dice, to give it a chance of redemption? Let's see. Is this one going to make it out of jail? No, it's not. So that is 18. And it's
Okay.
back in jail.
So, there's not much of mentioning any settlements. A lot of this is mostly backsea travellers who have ventured to.
So is it maybe talking about how Tabaxi do not like trading in general because they take that as an insult because they can't give it themselves, sort of thing?
From what you read, there's no
Basically,
mention.
what the player handbook says about them.
From what you can take from reading from the book initially for your first little books, I know you're not going to have a lot of time to read it. There's no mention so far of anything to do with any cities or origins of the tabaxi itself, but it is mentioned that it is one of the migrant species from Valara.
That's the main planet, yeah.
Yeah, that's a planet that you see right above your head if you look out the window.
Okay. Interesting.
Anything else?
I'm going to be partially reading this until I've heard any stars from the other players, to know that they're awake, because Tetsu's just praying. So, yeah.
Bandit,
Yes.
you need to pee bad.
I need to pee bad. I wake up and I feel an urge to pee. I look left, look right, open the window, go stand on the balcony, put my hands in the air and go, ah, freedom.
Okay. Roll
Fuck
me...
you, you're right above me.
Right.
Fuck you.
Okay. Can you roll me a dex check?
Dex check.
Oh, is that if I'm not to pee on himself?
Just to more or less aim and well, basically...
So
Yeah.
that's just 20-sided dice. That's
Plus your
19.
dex modifier. 19, okay.
Ooh.
Okay. Go.
Fuck's sake.
Dex saving throw, disadvantage. Because you're not aware of this coming. Now,
4.
now hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Shout out to the 2 crew, baby.
I don't know if we have a two-crew here.
We fucking do now.
Well, I didn't
golden
expect him to make it rain like
shower.
this, but
So I'm going to roll in the direction of an 8 direction to see which way this wind is blowing today.
oh god.
1 is north, 5 is south. You are both looking out the west wing. So if it's a 3, it's back. There's back blow. There's backdraft. So that's a 4. So what happens here?
It's raining.
It's raining. You see a little spray of water hitting the balcony to your left. But
Oh.
it does move a little bit.
But when I have my hands in the air, I start wiggling a bit. I need to shake it off.
Do you have shape water?
Not today.
Quick, wait, one more minute.
I do have tidal wave. If you want it to go right back fucking at ya.
Yeah, that only takes one drop, so you can tidal wave a drop of it.
Anti-gravity piss. Come back at you tenfold.
Oh, seriously. So, just to clarify,
Mhm.
despite his wiggling, it is the balcony next to me, right?
Yeah, the wind is enough of a wind to direct a lot of the breeze mostly going out. But the wind that busts it, just gusts it, but it goes. It is coming back away, but it is just high enough that it misses and hits the other balcony door on the side.
Ah, the elements are with us today.
You probably smell it as well.
Oh, you
How
do.
dare you? Someone
Ah,
needs
that
to
felt
drink
good.
more!
Someone's had too much asparagus.
What?
Mhm.
You need to get that checked. That smells diseased.
Really? Yeah, probably last night's drink. I go back inside and just wander around naked, taking a book and start reading it.
I can confirm, as per class design, Van Zandt cannot get an STD.
Fuck off. I thought that's why he had to pee. Damn it.
He's immune to disease.
Mm.
Oh, damn it.
Okay,
But
so
he's
yeah.
probably not immune to infections.
he's not immune to poison or curses, but disease
Oh,
effects.
she was
have...
cursed, alright.
Oh dear. Okay. Tesso, did you do some reading yesterday? Or during this morning?
Yeah, I probably would have looked at the book he got.
The dragon one?
Yeah,
That's fine. I'm just popping in some details for you just now.
cool.
Give me a investigation check.
Uh, 27 plus 7, 24.
Okay, no, that's fine. You're going to get all this.
Yep.
Alright. Who else? Anybody else want to do anything?
After I finish getting dressed, I'd like to go sit and read my book.
And what are you going to read in your one?
I technically got handed 2, didn't I?
Yeah, you got the Ranger one, which is going to show you a bit of information, possibly about Total itself, and you also got the Asymir one because you were interested in that.
Let me go ahead and read the Asymir one.
Give me an investigation check.
That's 15.
Asymir are more common, possibly around the Savant Empire, but you do get some Asymir that are all around. Most of them are nomads, that ones that do travel around. But if there is a core civilization, other than just the general aesthetics of their being, their what they are, what they came from, you know that a lot of a good group of them has settled and founded the Savant Empire.
Okay. Interesting. Nothing at all about their military, though, or about Labelle.
None of these two elements are mentioned, at least from your first reading.
Okay. I'll go ahead and move on to the other book then.
Okay, so what do you guys all want to do? Do you want to start meeting up, or are you looking for something else to do?
I mean, Mantra wants to meet up, but she's trying to wait until she hears people start to come downstairs because I think she's on the lowest floor with the other people.
She is.
So yeah,
She may be aware it's raining upstairs.
Yeah.
There's
Strange.
some
oh no, I'm
odd
reading my book.
exchanges from the balcony.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reading my book, so that's that.
Well,
Still reading it for as long as possible, so I can cover as much as I can.
once
Hopefully,
Kahar,
in on you go.
Be right back.
once Kahar's done meditating, he will just be out in the gardens, essentially, walking around, waiting for the other people, enjoying the fountain.
Streams went screwed up.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
fine. It's just coming back.
Yep.
Which is fine. We can tolerate for a second. In fact, I'll tell you what. We'll do a close up on somebody.
Close up on somebody.
Yep, there you go, Sam.
I was gonna say
Oh wow,
Bandit's back.
Okay, yeah, it's an interesting close-up. You can all watch me eat minstrels.
Of
you
course.
can make it.
Well,
Love
I
a
have had
minstrel.
messages asking me what I'm eating, so you know.
Fair.
Fair.
I mean, I've had. I used to have it where there was a minstrel machine at a place I used to go swimming when I was growing up, and I remember that was always a sweetie after I went swimming. Was minstrels.
Was the party gathering or?
I think so.
I'm
Mhm.
still in my.
You
Don't know what's happening.
You find yourselves all in the main lobby foyer where you guys all met the mates that led you to your rooms, and you find each other there. No one else is found. There's a few
Mantra.
guards.
Mantra.
Yeah.
Ah, you're back again. Hmm?
Okay.
Somebody had a bad night's rest. Hmm.
No, yeah, I think you would find I slept quite well.
Can imagine. Tetsu,
Yes.
did you prepare the spell identify
I always have identify
Ah.
prepared.
for the orb thingy?
Yep. That's one of the first things I plan to do.
Okie dokie.
So, where are we currently?
You're in the main lobby area, just down from where the runes came down from, down the staircase and then down the flight of stairs into the area, just before it wings off to the two corridors that you got, the two wings of the castle itself.
Okay.
So I don't know about yous, but I'm not too sure how much we can get away with saying in here. So I think we should arrange a escort to the side of the city for Van Zandt.
We could always
Mm.
say about going to try and deal with the thing Kahal said, and that would give us a reason enough to get to the top of the city.
Why would we go to the top of the city? We're going to Mir's Tower.
Well, there's two different things that we could do here.
I mean, I'll help you with a thing to the north of the city, but I need to make sure my sister is okay first.
Cathal, since you know the thing, big plant, how much of a threat is it?
The creature to the north, I think, was closer than the tower. But either way, they are still both quite a way out. So I think, if I remember rightly, it's half a day to a day's travel, depending on what we can do in terms of clear passages and the hill giants that we have to pass to get towards the tower.
I'm
Hill.
sorry, I don't want to waste too much more time. As much as I know this might sound somewhat selfish, but I don't believe the people of Mercador that have been affected by this plant are at immediate risk of their lives. They might not be under control of their body, but I don't think they're in immediate danger.
Well, I don't know what the plant can do, so Cathal, do you have any more info about the plant thingy? Since you're all nature and stuff.
Realistically, not entirely. If anything, I dare say Mantra's possibly sussed out more than me by her discovery that there's communication within all their heads. But yes, their plan does seem more of a slow burner as opposed to an immediate thing, though at the same time, we don't believe that Mir actually plans to destroy the city.
I'm not
Then-
talking about Mio.
Then what life are you referring to?
So we should leave the city. We should head towards Mio's tower, and I'll explain more on the way.
Well, you can message each other without anybody hearing it.
She
Just an
wants
idea.
she wants to be able to talk to all of us without potential hearing around.
I
Hmm.
think that'd be a good idea.
Yup.
Well, I need an escort, because otherwise I can't leave this building.
Yes, until we get to the edge of town, and then they disappear, and then we're by ourselves.
Yay.
Yes. I mean, be it that you all decide it is more important to go up north, then we can discuss that there. But right now, I feel everyone here is being a little bit too hospitable. Just the hospitality is just way more than anticipated here. And
Hospitality is good.
yes, I mean that's what I did with guests that I hated.
Very
We've got
good.
the wrong kind of hospitality.
I mean, you can be nice to make someone drop their guard. It's not the same as just being genuinely nice.
Oh, I wasn't sure you were aware of that.
Yeah, even somebody came and checked the plumbing. Strange. Middle of my
That's what she was doing.
Yeah, checking the pipes and stuff.
Yes, of course.
So, first food and then out? Or no food? I need food.
Probably want food.
Yeah.
Food.
We
Yes, food makes sense. It's good to travel on a full stomach.
And Alvivor, where's your wolf?
You mean that fairy rug over on the bed there?
Yes, that
You
one.
just see a
That-
tail moving between some bushes, and then two
That-
ears, and they kind
I'll
of move
also-
into your direction, hearing your voice.
I also
My
say I
voice?
think
Yep.
Sylvia was hungry as well, and I hold up the cat.
Hello, Wolfie. Don't bite me
See
again.
a snout, and then disappears.
Mm, it loves me.
Oh, well, can you just give me a quick perception check?
Yeah, sure. Let me guess. It doesn't love. It doesn't love Van Zandt. Okay, that's a natural 20, so that is a total of 29.
Okay, you spot this immediately as you guys are just pissing around. You can see through the doors, just where Total was, but on the opposite, adjacent side, the west side of the garden area he's in, you
Mhm.
just spot in the middle of this clean-cut, pristine grass a huge pile of shit.
I knew finally
look
you were
at
going
it.
to say that.
Can you
I mean, one of the
premonitor it?
portals will get it.
Prestidigitation or something?
You do actually spot someone come by with a shovel, just picked up and goes, "Ah, that's a good one. That'll do great." And he pops it into a bucket and walks off.
Hmm.
That was nearly as big as me.
Seems like it.
Total,
Perks up over the bush, looks at you,
come here.
walks around, comes up.
Come
to you,
here.
stops and looks at you, going, and gives you the right. All right, bitch, calm down, and continues walking up to you, and just looks at you and sits.
Okay, I'll just go. Did you make that mess in the middle of the garden?
Just back at you. He gives you a puzzled look. As
Oh, that's
if-
no mess.
Yeah, pretty much. That just from general mannerisms, he's not sure. Tilt the head.
I'm just going to go ahead and like yell, lean into his ear and go, good boy.
He just moves off.
And then just give him a scratch.
And before it goes away, I want to test something, so I hold out my hands like that to see if his snout goes in it.
Make an animal handling check.
Okay. So this one is another one of my jail ones. Oh no. Yeah, that's his going back into jail as well. So that's an 8.
He doesn't notice.
Maybe these were in here for a reason. The other one just gets put in by proxy now.
Maybe.
Well, I thought I'd give him a chance. Like, I believe in, like, timeouts for dice other than just permajail, you know?
Question for Liv: does Mantra look like she's trying to play with Toto, or is she kind of teasing him a bit by doing that?
Oh.
Okay. In that case, I would like to use Druidcraft to make her smell a little bit like bacon.
Okay.
Just see if I can get him to charge her.
He's about 20 feet away, just sniffing around, sniffing the plants. And his ears kind of like a narrow
So long
front.
as Salviel doesn't smell of it.
So he's just doing that, just generally listening around, and then his ears kind of turn towards where his nose is. And he lifts his head. And his head turns and look at Mantra, just comes walking straight back up.
And then I do that again.
He just sniffs the hand, and just looks around it.
Oh.
He starts licking your hands.
It's a good boy.
Mantra's getting eaten. Mantra's getting eaten.
He's still trying to nibble at the fur of your hands, trying to see if he can figure out where the smell's coming from.
Toto?
I give head scratches.
Toto,
He
she's
tried
not
to- he
she's
tries
not
to get-
edible.
He tries to go for your hand to see, because you brought the hand, though, there's bacon in the hand. He just tries to mouth your hand and just looks at it and goes, where is it? And it's starting to be a visible frustration.
Well, he gets head scratches anyway.
Can
I'm moving away from Mantra.
Carl make a deception check? Alvor, you give me an insight check with
Mhm.
Toto's perception. No, not perception, wisdom.
Only 16.
Question: am I able to see Cathal use Druidcraft?
It's verbal and somatic, so it would be noticeable to anyone paying
And
attention.
you do have advantage because it is a perception. Insight.
Sorry, you said wisdom, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
no,
a
make it-
14.
Not for. Sorry, I'm going to say not insight. Make a perception check. Sorry. So instead of being insight, do a perception.
From Toto, not yours. Not your
No.
crazy perception.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And advantage, I think you said.
Yeah, because it's because wolves have an advantage on smell.
Okay, that's a natural 20 I've just rolled. So I'm not going to bother changing that. I can't for the life of me find Toto's perception though. Like on his notes, I've just got strength, dex, con, and
So it'll be just wisdom.
right. Okay, so that is 32.
32.
Yeah, hell.
Smart Wolfie, yeah. This is wisdom's
What's
12.
that, plus 12?
Oh,
No,
boy.
it's +1. It's his modifier, not his actual.
Ah, sorry, yeah. So that's 21. Sorry.
I was going to
Say
say,
For
what?
this reason.
He just looks
Sorry,
at
that's
it
my
and
bad.
looks at Mantra and just walks away.
Bye bye, Toto.
And how comfortable did Mantra look at being licked by Toto?
I was okay with it. It was only like in my hand.
Okay.
Handled
I'm happy with that.
animals. Why?
No, I'm happy with that, and I'm happy to see how Silvio responds to your hands now.
I
So,
mean, Salvio
would
probably
anybody-
was up on
Silver
my
just
shoulder.
stares straight at you. There's a
And then I
lot.
have
There's a
Salvio head claps.
Oh, Silvio.
slight response.
Salvio knows. Salvio knows it's still me. And lots of cuddles.
Anything else you guys want to do?
So yeah, I think I'm going to go and arrange an escort for you, Vincent.
No
And
bother.
I'll look for one of you.
Don't bother.
I'll,
Paul literally walks in as he said that. Morning. Is
Morning.
this
Hello.
you all heading out for your adventure?
Food
Yes.
first.
well, yes, we're getting food as well. So
Have you headed to the banquet table to pick up some food that would be perfect served?
Not yet.
Not
Oh.
yet. That's what
Where
we're
is
on
it?
our way to.
Mm-hmm.
That same place where you had your meal the other day.
Also, if we require horses to ease our journey to Mir's Tower, could we get those provided?
Interesting question, actually. You would have to ask the stables. We don't privately own those horses as part of either the merchants or the. I don't think we actually even have any cavalry on this island. I didn't think of it.
Well,
Maybe that's something you could invest with.
my elk is waiting outside, so
At the moment,
I'm good.
most Verler, Ruma, and Gumi are only 2 days away on foot. On horseback, it's still going to be 2 days, just sans a few hours.
I mean, it still helps. It would help with your patrols on the streets of the city. Might be a useful purchase once you're no longer having to pay so many taxis.
We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be nice to have some money in the pocket for once.
Indeed. So, food,
Yes.
Yep.
banquet time. Woohoo!
So as you come in, there is just a few selection of items. There's not a lot, but there's some jugs of milk. There's some cooked meats, some ale, and some other things as well. Just a general assortment of mostly breakfast goods. There's definitely a few bits of bacon.
I'm going to the meat. I'm going to take some meat, and I'm going to wave at Toto. Toto, look what I got.
He comes straight up to you, sniffing. Eyes are narrowed.
And hand it over to him.
Takes it.
Friends?
He just takes it and then walks off.
Ah, well, maybe next time.
It's a
Give
start,
me-
Van Zandt. It's a start.
Give me a handle check though.
14.
Okay, good enough.
While Van Zandt's doing that with Toto, I'm going to pull out the wand of smiles and aim at Cathal.
Oh, I need you to make a charisma saving throw. What's the DC?
10.
Did it, 14.
Fail it.
Damn it!
Nothing.
And also, I think Sylvia is going to be walking along a table, and her tail is going to pretty much slap across Van Zandt's face because he's trying to befriend the wolf and no one's paying her attention. Just that sort of looking away as she does it. Like, don't know what you mean.
What
You
a
need
little
something
diva.
too. I get some other meat and I hand it to Sylvia. Want some meat? Or some
You lose your
cheese,
hand.
or-
Now we'll call you Stumpy.
And we're not talking about the hand.
I'm not putting it in a jar.
Can I attack the cat?
No, she doesn't take your
Here
hand.
we go
She
again.
can't attack you.
We have everybody's rules now.
Food?
Yes, if you attacked a cat, I'm pretty sure you would have a mantra at your throat.
So when you offered her a bit of food, Sylvia went round some like a stack of items like some loaves and that, and comes back round with what looks like a fish in its mouth, and just continues walking
Fishy.
off.
Well, I'm not good with
That's a
animals.
fucking
That's for
animal.
sure. Ah, well. More
I'm
of a
just gonna
ladies'
start
man.
clicking in.
And she goes and covers up in a corner on the table and eats her fish.
Tetsu, you mentioned things in the bag of holding don't appear to age or decay or whatever when we were talking about the head before.
They don't. If something's in it, they don't breathe. There's no air inside it, but stuff can still decay. I can prove that because of one head that I think I might actually still have in there.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that reminds me.
So how do we think some bits of meat would fare if we brought some along for later and for
As long as
Toto?
it's cured,
I
I
mean,
don't see any reason
If
why.
it's jerky meat, it will last a couple of days. It'll be part of your rations.
You
Yeah.
probably do not wish to put any meat next to any raw things that's in his bag of holding,
Yeah,
like the heads.
I've got
Yeah.
dragon parts in my bag right now.
I also have a dragon wing in mine.
I like that you think Toto wouldn't eat that too.
I'm sorry, I wouldn't feed that to him. I
I'm
have
pretty sure a dragon
standards.
wing would be nice for Toto. It's like a chew toy.
Still, honestly, if you're gonna feed him like just any old shite, then you may as well just tell him to go and hunt for his own food. Honestly.
Plus,
Definitely.
it's a green dragon thing, so it is poisonous.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, from knowledge, would we know that the meat itself would be poison, or would it be the poison sac as long as it's not been burst? DM potentially looking it up.
Yep, we do some research.
Time for the interwebs!
That'd be
Oh, that's
To
interesting.
the internets.
I'm
Well, I can
on
always
Reddit right
prove
now.
it.
If it's to consume dragon meat, what would be the what would happen if you consume dragon meat? A reduction in hunger is the top comment.
Makes sense.
Are you sure that you're on D&D, or you're just looking up Welsh like results?
No, Reddit. Eating dragon parts. Let's see what the D&D Beyond forums say. Entirely up to the DM. Lovely. At the moment, not that anybody knows, because it's not really easy to kill a dragon.
We should probably just grind it up, put it into a powder form, and market it as arcane or something.
That's true. Well,
You've got some
I've
with
got-
marketing experience or things like that, so
Let's just keep it as it is in the bag.
I do have a lot of
was-
the green dragons sitting in this bag. But yeah,
And I'm just eating, looking around. Do, 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 do.
Wow.
anything in
I'm
particular,
eating-
or
Yeah, are there any windows in the
just windows?
main? I'm looking at the windows,
Anything specifically, or
See-
just glancing around? Cool.
looking for a yellow birdie.
You're looking for it. Okay, make a perception check.
Oop, there goes my dice. Perception, where is it? That's a 14.
Yeah, there's a bird. Flies right past the window. It's a little sparrow.
Okay then. And I'll continue eating.
while I'm kind of munching, I'm gonna cast Identify to work out what that orb was that we got from the trials.
Keystone. There seems to be for a door.
So would I know that that would be able to get us past the force field?
You don't know. From even give me an Arcana check.
23.
From what you're understanding, when it comes to identify and its interpretation of information it gives, it is not so much that a door is something attached to two or three hinges on the side of a wall.
Okay. No problem.
It seems to be some sort of keystone. It's made of Valerium.
Ooh,
Expensive.
we can sell that.
We also need it to try and get through that force field.
Why not both? You sell it on the way back.
That might be an option.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not consumed or it disappears, maybe it's a one-use.
We'll
Thingy.
find out. We'll find out.
We'll
Be an
find out.
expensive one use.
Yeah. Ah well. And I cast Inspiring Leader. Everybody plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Toto. He also gets it.
13?
Yep.
13.
Plus 13 temporary hit points.
Why, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I will happily take that.
Fans, and you spot two soldiers come in and just basically casually wait near the entrance.
Are you guys for me?
Just stare at you. One of them nods slowly.
Seems
I guess our
Ah.
cavalry's arrived.
Uh
My
huh.
escort is here.
Everyone ready?
And again, no ladies. Damn it.
Oh, so does that mean if we're attacked by anything, then the guards can handle it and not us? Interesting.
Well, we've seen what happened when the living bomb was there.
They don't exactly do much.
They just run away and go screaming. Ah! So,
Well, they weren't screaming. They were trying to get all of the
They were
civilians out of
evacuating
the way. Yes.
well, screaming. Run away, run away.
Well, I did tell them to get people out of the way.
Indeed. So let's go. If everybody's fulfilled with food and drinks. And I look at Toto.
He just comes out with a mouthful of cupcakes and pastries and some bacon. And he just looks at you and goes, head down, just walks faster.
Otto, you
Yep.
seem to have a very sweet tooth.
So
Somebody
you're going to
prepared.
end up with a cavity.
He's attempting to smuggle. I'm gonna follow him and take his lead. I know what that means. He wants to get out before he's spotted and loses it.
As soon as you approach him, he starts panic eating and just eats everything up.
Well, that's going to
Oh,
give
boy.
problems.
Oh, Toto.
Just gives you that look and says, you know better.
Let's get you out of here before anyone comes asking questions.
So where do you guys want to go?
Westgate? Oh,
West.
or stables? Do we want to see about horses?
Well, they said that they don't really have a need for them on here, so I don't know if there's really any point.
I mean, we could always ask. I'd like to go to the stables.
Give me a survival check.
To who?
Whoever wants to lead the party to the stables.
15.
15.
21.
Okay, so it takes about 10-20 minutes. You find the stables. It is actually at the Westgate. So upon your arrival, you come to see a couple of horses. There's only a few, and there's only a few areas for where horses could be stowed. But the horses you see are attached to carts, which look to belong to merchants. One person looks up and goes, "Oh, what can I do for you?"
Can you do you have any horses that you can spare for the journey?
Well, we don't sell any horses here, and we don't rent any. These are just horses for the merchants who use them to pull their carts.
Any of you trading to the villages to the west? Perhaps you might get a bit of a route towards the southwest coast.
Not since the landslide, no.
Landslide?
Yeah, there's a cave, like a landslide cave-in between the tunnel that goes from Mercador City to Verla. It's not far away from Mirror's Tower.
When did that happen?
The other day.
Okay. So you think there might be traders due in from that way, or is it just they've not been headed out just
No
in case?
one's came this way for a couple of days except some of the farmers.
So how bad is the cave-in? The entire route blocked?
There's a huge ass boulder, probably about the same size as an elephant. It's not something anybody else can move. We need someone with mining tools. I'm sure the Verlin people will do that because they're natural miners. So I'm sure they'll clear that problem away sooner or later.
Is there any other way that way by foot if we weren't looking to actually take a cart?
Ship, but the ship stops there on its way back to Port Samir.
I mean, you could probably just go round the boulders, from what I've heard.
There's a large border, but there's a lot of lava rubble around it. It's not something that anybody can squeeze through, unless you're some sort of slime or a very tiny creature, an insect-like. Why, do you have business in Verla?
Well, out that way anyway.
Well, at the moment we don't offer hiring horses. No one seems to be selling or renting horses. Not even for transportation, especially with the Verla route closed. I mean, if you were heading to Verla, then I'm sure one of the traders, if they had room on the carts, would give some of you a lift. But no one's going that way at this time.
Okay. Well,
Thanks for the information.
My
let's
pleasure.
head then. Also, I just thought we probably would have found the stables easily because we've got guards with us and they know a place inside out.
They're
Well,
just
they
their
didn't
only
ask.
job here is they're just watching fans, I think, keeping an eye on them, flanking him at every turn. So as you head through the gates, the guards just suddenly stop and sigh as the party leaves the gates.
I'll shout back, thanks for
Bye bye, guard.
accompaniment.
There's a nod, and they look at each other and head back in. A little bit less formally when they were following you guys around, but here they seem to walk away a little bit more casually, as if they just dropped whatever stressful behavior they were trying to maintain there.
And then I'm going to walk back to the gate and put one foot inside the city.
Van Zand.
Come on, Van Sant.
There's two guards at the
What?
gate, literally watching you.
Don't push your
And-
luck.
And I'm putting my foot back.
I use
Okay.
Mage Hand and pull his ear.
Puts his left foot in, his left foot out.
In and that sticking all about.
So yes, I don't know about yours, but I think we should start heading.
And I'm
And
going-
Yeah.
I'm going to call my elk. Still around.
It appears. Operates into the area. Looks
Hello.
at you.
oh wait,
And I'm-
you never said you got dressed.
I did.
Okay, I was just like,
We'll say
hopefully you're not still
no one
naked.
else said they were set
Yeah.
dressed, but I'm going to say for assume everybody has equipment equipped, so make sure you have your armors equipped, because I know one person completely forgot to put their armor back on, Alvor.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, you forgot to put on your equipment when you went into the crypts, so Alvor went into the crypts without any armor on it.
Nice.
To be fair, I thought it was all gonna be just puzzles, okay? I thought we were gonna have to get like the square shape and the square hole, and I thought that we were gonna just do some nice like your alphabets, like your symbol things. How was I meant to know we were meant to fight something?
So,
You're the daughter of Alberto, and that's what sort of puzzles you think it would be.
Look, they said it was for trainees, okay? I didn't know that the difficulty rating for trainees was gonna be that high. And I'll go ahead and I
Well, you
quite
can't
literally
even reach that high.
my head.
While they're discussing, I'm going to jump on my elk.
that's
So
fine.
yes,
you-
I think we're going to start walking. But as soon as we're sort of slightly out of sight of the city, that's when I'll
So-
start talking.
About probably about 200, 300 feet away from the city gate, there is a forest that the road goes straight into.
Okay, so some of you were wanting to go north. Why?
If we don't believe
What?
Mir's actually a threat to the city and we're doubting the Duke and we're trying to get information on that, then the other option would be to look into other things first.
Okay.
Especially if we think the Duke has been compromised.
There could also be the fact that, for all we know, Mir could be compromised by that thing as well. Where if we then deal
Well,
with
if
them-
Mia is compromised by that thing as well, all I need to do is detect thoughts when we're there.
Though that doesn't really help us do anything other than.
But yes, so I don't know how much you know about Mia. I'll do a quick look around to see if I can see any eavesdroppers.
Make a perception check.
Can she get advantage if I look around as well?
If you want to assist, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna assist.
Alright, well, the first roll's 24. Yeah, I'm going to go with 24.
Okay. No, you just, but you're a little bit surprised because you actually just realise that a lot of the flowers and plant life here seem to be very luminescent, like really bright, really healthy looking, as if they're well grown. You start to take on this as well, Carl. This is actually the plants, the wild plants you can see around seem to be very well grown, like they're really healthy looking. Give me an Arcana check, Carl.
7.
7. Something. Nah. No.
Something,
sure.
nothing.
Not sure. You think something could do something like this, but you're not entirely sure.
I have spells that can do this, but just not prepped right now. So I'm going to go out on a limb and assume I know roughly what we're hinting at.
What spell do you have? Thinking of?
I've got a couple. Let me get their name.
Suspense is killing me.
So many fucking
Mhm.
spells. So
Tell you what,
many.
you can roll with
that's
advantage since
Blood
you
Breath.
will have the spells. If you want to do an advantage roll. The DC will be low anyway.
That would be a 13.
Yeah, with a 10 would be the target. Yeah. Plant growth.
Yeah, literally the spell I'm just looking at. Okay. Mhm.
There seems to be quite a considerable amount of it as well that may be affected by the spell. But yeah, all clear. But beautiful.
Somebody's using good fertilizer here.
Hmm.
Well, it's obviously not you pissing out your window.
Would you know that?
I don't know, actually.
No, you explicitly stayed inside when I hinted at noises outside on the balcony.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So, yes. Well, I don't know how much you know about Mio.
Nothing.
My father used to go on adventures with Mio, and as far as I'm aware, I think Mio stayed here because Mio wanted to. Kind of liked it here after saving this place in the past.
If he
So-
likes the place, why does he want to bombard it with meteors?
That is the questionable thing. So, Mio, as far as my memories go, and as far as the people that Mio adventured with, sort of make me aware of, Mio is good.
Except for bombarding people with meteors.
That's
That is the question.
story.
But then, I mean, this comes back to what we were trying to find out last night with the orb, of course.
Yes, I would like to use the orb again. However, based on what happened last time, I think it might be worth using the orb before a rest.
After a day's travel, yes.
Yes, after a day's travel, because if I was to somehow have the same thing happen again, then I believe I would be a hindrance, and I don't want
Just a
to waste
little.
any more time. So, another reason why I'm out here, I had a sort of bloody note from my sister. It was from a mission. So she would have had a mission to do a specific task within the organization that she works through. And she has never failed a task or a mission. She sent me a note on the back of it. It was definitely her handwriting. And it said to find Mio.
Well, we found him.
Not found him yet.
And you trust that
He's
it
in
was
the tower.
definitely her writing and not a potential setup?
Well, as far as I'm aware, if it was a potential setup, there would be a couple of other key signs. I tried to contact with a specific one of my contacts who can sort of magically contact some people upon request, and I was able to get a correct response, if I remember right, when we were in Samir. Yeah, I was able to get a correct response, which means it isn't a hostage situation. I am not going to tell you what the correct or incorrect response are, because you don't have the same way of contacting me. So, for security, we don't just give that sort of response out to everyone. It's a family thing.
That's understandable.
So, Yes, I don't know about yours, but I really want to go to Mir's tower and see what's going on.
Well, the tower isn't going anywhere.
Yes, the tower isn't, but I am still worried about the note from my sister.
Well, when we were on the boat, I did say I would help you with finding your sister, and that's not changed.
I did get a response saying that she was due to be executed soon.
I think given that, that's definitely more pressing.
Conveniently, I prepared my spells assuming we were going westward to the tower anyway, so...
Onwards to
Works
the
for
tower
me.
then.
Perfect.
Funny
Okay.
that.
Do we have a marching order?
I think I'm going to go up front because I'm kind of determined to get there.
Yeah, I'll probably go after that just because I've had a bit of an overheads view, so on the idea of I can kind of point out, oh, I think it was that kind of way. whatever.
Because you have scouted the route, you'll be providing advantage to the survival checks that we'll be doing today.
Woo!
Because you've already surveyed the route, well, at least most of it. So we'll do the first 3 legs will be with advantage, the remaining 3 will not be. Because you have not seen
And
quite as far.
I'm last on my elk, so I have a higher vision.
That's fine.
And
Now,
I'm
I
in-
have.
I'm
Who
in the
has?
bar.
Who is good at scouting?
Well, there'll be the person at the front who's doing the survival checks.
Heyo, +8.
So you're gonna be, are you wanting to joint walk together? Okay,
Oh,
that's fine.
besides, yeah.
So, either of you, whoever's navigating, go ahead and make a survival check.
Can I guidance myself first?
Yeah, sure.
This is actually a situation where it makes more sense than the someone is hitting you. If I think by
That is
guidance.
a 31 on my first roll. With a natural
Nice.
20 and a 3 and a +8. I remember this bit.
So, you're walking away through the forest. The forest path is a little bit narrow, but enough for a cart to get through. But you know that the road curves a little bit and then goes round and then comes back on itself towards the route you need to go. And you thought, oh, I know this is a shortcut. So you cut through. And you come through a little bit of some dense shrubbery. And then you come across a little pond. Now, when you arrive here, you see little small fey creatures, pixies, sitting and just seem to be doing their own stuff there. Can I get everybody to make a stealth check?
Stealth.
Check.
Oh,
Oh
shit.
boy.
4.
Are we going to sneak past them?
Well, I'm not.
Bailiff
I was
steps
tempted
are
just to say hi,
That's-
what's going on? But okay. 23.
Okay, so
19.
Yep.
See, with me having proficiency in stealth, does that mean that I can roll twice if I don't
No.
like the first roll?
you
No.
gain the benefit
Damn it.
of your proficiency bonus.
But yeah,
Shit.
19. Is that with disadvantage? Because that's a good ass roll then.
Yes.
Okay, I've only got 13.
That's fine. So, no
9.
notice. Yeah, you're fine. The party average is enough. So,
Okay,
as a
thank
party,
fuck.
you're able to come in and you're able to observe the behavior just for a little bit. Anybody want to look around?
Carl actually probably will stop to observe them for a bit to see what they're up to.
Make a perception check. I take you're guiding yourself.
Yes.
I would be looking around as well, and again, I would be doing guidance as well.
Yeah,
that's
I'd be
fine.
watching them as I walk
16.
past.
16, okay. Yeah, seems to be they're just doing their own life. This seems to be quite well secluded, well preserved and hidden. Was it no one-
20.
Okay.
My
What do you,
rolls are crap today.
okay. You see
Mine
pretty
doesn't
much
even
this.
hit 10.
That's fine. You glance around, something catches your eye. You see a coin purse about 5 feet from you with a ring just hanging outside of it.
And I look closely at it just to make sure. Make sure it's not a trap.
Make an investigation check.
That is a 30.
There's no trap here whatsoever. It's just being
Oh.
left there.
I pick it up.
Perfect. So you pick up 4 platinum, 26 gold, 12 silver, 2 copper, just a silk coin purse, and a strange little ring. Can you please go ahead and add unusual ring to your inventory?
Okay.
The ring itself
How-
is a strange green band with a diamond inlaid, with an emerald inlaid with diamonds. The ring itself is a very obvious Galanasari origin.
Unusual. I do not see
So
any thingies. So just
Oh,
custom.
sorry.
Yeah.
I've typed it wrong. Key type usual. I'm gonna rename
Usual
it.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. I fixed it on my end.
Mantra,
That's-
or do you tell us about the ring?
Yes. So I'll go. Well, I'll wait. I'll look around because I don't want to cause attention to ourselves. But I do it with a biggish movement, so you can kind of see the ring, and I put it there, and I put it in my pouch, and then continue walking, just so that things don't see. So I'll wait until we're out of earshot again.
Cool.
Out of curiosity, do we know roughly how far away we might be from this boulder blockade type stuff?
You've not seen it. You've not seen the cave umbrella. It's probably quite far away down the route.
Okay.
You did see when you were flying over. You did not see a village or a town.
No. No, I definitely didn't go far enough for that. And do the pixies look like this is an outing or a home? Like, do they look native to this?
Few of them napping seem to be very comfortable from what you can see. This could be a home.
This is good to know. Perhaps, should we ever need their aid, we might be able to come speak with them. Though, perhaps on the journey back, as they're more likely to speak to us regarding the creature to the north than they are about Mir, I would assume.
Okay then.
So I will very much make a mental note of where we met them.
That's
and
right.
then carry on leading.
Okay. So, takes a little while, about 6 hours of a little bit of walking. Sorry, 6 hours, 3 hours. And you eventually make your way to the opposite side of the forest. So, who wants to roll? Are you still wanting to continue, or does somebody else want to roll d20? It's about check.
Well, I think Kahal has travelled so far on this that I'm going to actually let him
That's nice. 27.
27.
go ahead.
Nice.
I would say because Mantra kind of showed the ring, I'm gonna say, do you want me to use detect magic on it to see what that is?
Yes, actually, that could work.
It does mean that we need to stay here for 10 minutes.
Fine with that.
Do you want to take a short rest?
Thought
Yeah,
short
why
rest
not?
half an hour, but
Yeah. Like a little moment to have a little drink to ease your ankles for a little bit. You'll still
Yeah.
get your full 24-mile
we can
walk.
we can stay for 10 minutes.
If you mind pass me the ring?
I hand it over. Oh, did
Uh,
you say it was a silk purse? What colour was it?
White. This doesn't.
Um,
This stuff seems to belong to somebody quite important, probably a noble.
Precious.
But when you spend 10 minutes casting Identify Magic on the,
It's not identify it as. I don't have identify yet. It's detect magic.
yeah, it's definitely
Oh.
magical.
Okay. So yeah, I don't have identify
Make
yet.
an Arcana check.
I was looking at it as well. Would I get to roll
Yeah, you
Arcana?
can do if you're curious about it.
26.
26. You can figure out some of the effects itself. This ring seems to be capable of casting plant growth.
12.
It's a beautiful ring.
Shiny.
There's actually make a history check as well because you spotted something that's really interesting here.
So me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Is your
true.
microphone
You
up?
have advantage, Mantra.
I have
You
advantage?
spot this as well. You have advantage on this one.
Oh, because of my history.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Let's-
was that a history check, yeah?
Yep.
16.
16.
Oh, wait,
25.
no, I didn't roll advantage. 20.
Awesome. What do you get?
25.
25. You recognize this from some of the readings you've done. You recognize this because of Sylvia, your previous love. This has the insignia. Where's my thing? A Galanasari royal insignia.
Oh. Yeah, I'm going to hold on to this ring for now.
Okay then.
This, you recognize this ring immediately, Mantra. This belonged to a member of the royal family. You're not sure who.
Oh. Is it worth investigating around here, or should we continue on our travel?
Well, you want to make
I'm in a
haste,
hurry.
so-
I do want to make haste.
Investigate
However,
for what? What's so special?
so this ring belongs to one of the Galanasari royal family.
Who?
I'm not sure who.
You
No,
will.
the
You
what
will
royal
reckon.
family?
Oh, you will recognize the name of that. That's the imperial family of the Galanasari, the realm of Galanasari, the Wood Elf.
Oh, the
You've
Wood
seen.
Elf, okay.
You've seen the giant tree in your travels. You passed it on at once when you're
Lives
traveling.
semi-nearish, yeah.
You're
Yes.
only a state away from it at one point. You could see that thing towering over mountains. You know who resided there.
Wasn't-
Everybody does.
Here's a question. With remembering back to when we were in Port Samir and Sulthanos described what he saw on the boat, would I be able to make a history check to see if I can remember if that was the same race that he said it looked like?
Go ahead.
I think he said it was a wood elf.
I'm pretty sure he did. That's why I'm wanting to know, so I don't just bullshit shit. 15 plus 7.
You're confident.
Okay. This might be tying together with what Sulthanos seen when we were in Port Samir with that person that looked like they were under a spell on the boat
On
on
the
their
Duke's-
way here.
Ah,
So we think the Duke has brought a spelled, enchanted member of the royal family over here and taken them out into the wild somewhere. Just so I
Don't
understand what you're
necessarily
saying.
mean
I
the Duke.
suppose sorts of accusations would start wars.
I'm not
Oh,
saying
well.
the Duke did. Because remember, after all, the Duke did say there was other people on that boat, not just him.
From what I know of the Galanasari, they would definitely flatten Mercador if that was the case.
but somebody of that importance, somebody of the royal family, I'm sure the Duke would have remembered.
Yes.
General
Exactly
history
that.
check, everybody.
That one.
Okay.
Completely forgot
Four.
something quite important.
11.
Anybody with 15 or higher?
Yes. Not 20 with 27.
The Empress of Galanasari has no living offspring.
Okay. Mantra, you seem to know a bit more about this. Well, the Galanasari, to be more precise. The Empress doesn't have a living offspring.
That jogs your memory, and you remember she used to have 3 daughters.
He had 3 daughters.
Had?
Well,
Had?
from... Yeah, she... Does she not have 3 daughters?
Hmm.
You do remember that none of them are alive now.
Oh, yeah. Yes, all of her daughters have been... Well,
So
are
you're
no longer
saying-
here.
So the Empress was on the boat and the Duke forgot about that?
Well, as I said, somehow I think the people at the castle or the estate were a little bit too. Well, let's just say we said things like finding a guard, and then suddenly someone shows up. As soon as
Well-
anything happened, someone was suddenly there. It was not a friendly accommodation.
You take a moment
Let's
to
kidnap-
actually have a look at the ring again, and you do think, no, this isn't a monarch's ring.
This isn't a monarch's ring.
It would not belong to the Empress, but probably
Okay.
one of her daughters at best, if not somebody lower.
Yes, this was not the
Empress.
Empress's ring. She
So,
wouldn't have wore a ring like this one.
if the Empress wasn't on the boat and her 3 daughters are
The 3 daughters are dead.
confirmed dead or presumed dead? Big difference here.
There's a bit of vagueness behind that as far as everybody's, because this is all coming back. This is well-known information, but
So just that
some of
this
them
is
are confirmed dead. Some of them are speculated to be dead, but haven't been seen for a long time.
this is an off thingy that I am asking you, Lima.
Mhm.
So see when I would have travelled with Silviel, what was the main sort of cause of the diplomatic missions that I was going on?
Oh, this was more to do with getting Glanazari involved in helping deal with the undead,
Okay.
and also the Drow conflicts.
Yeah. Alright. So the Glanasari probably wouldn't have had too many people round out here. There's not really the undead issue isn't too prominent here.
Yeah, but
And
why would she be under a spell?
I've not seen Drow. So yes, if there's kidnapping, there's definitely things going on that again, if any form of royal Galanasari was kidnapped under a spell, if the word gets out, you don't want to be here.
Well, let's kidnap the Duke and ask him.
No, let's talk to Mio.
We
Hmm.
could always speak to those pixies, since you found it near them, to see if they maybe know more about where it's come from.
Well, that's
Don't want to
your
show the
turn.
ring to them, but
Why
we can
not?
ask if anyone should come past. Because they might have grown attached to the ring because it's helping the plant.
So do we need the ring?
Maybe useful.
I
For
feel like the
growing
information
plants.
is worth more than having the ring itself.
Yeah.
After all, we are not simply thieves, we are using items that benefit us.
Maybe we can just ask if somebody passed, not identifying that we have the ring.
I imagine they've seen a lot of traders go by.
Yeah,
We'll need to be more specific, such as
Not the last
with who
couple
this
of
belongs to.
days.
a young girl with
Also, the
I
fact
don't
that we
know.
don't know if those pixies or whatever they are have been here for how long they've been here. Because going off of the time that we've been here, I would say we've roughly been here for about a month and a bit, would I say?
Give or take, yeah.
And from what I can remember, Sulthanos see them leave
Just prior to
Yeah.
you guys coming to
before us.
Yeah.
So we're asking them potentially something that
happened 6 weeks ago.
happened
at best.
before they were potentially even here.
Let's just head towards Mir's Tower and see what we can find. We can always come back here if we don't find any information on Galanasari.
Oh yeah,
Alright,
Mantra. By the way, the ring's magic. Just so you know.
Oh.
So one of the daughters is still alive, maybe.
So,
Interesting.
next survival check.
Oh yeah, let me.
Well, wasn't the second survival check quite good? It was like 20 something.
Yeah, it was. I think you
Yes,
said
sorry,
27.
32. Yes, sorry, you did say 30 odd or something, was it?
32 was the first one, 27 was the
27
second.
That's
the
fine,
second
yeah.
one.
Okay. Yeah, path is very obvious. Continue on. Slightly rolling hills, some odd trees here, not quite as dense as the forest you came through. You do come up to a river with a stone bridge. As you begin crossing the stone bridge, all fine.
Just a quick question. See, while we've been walking, just because I ritually cast Detect Magic, it'll last for 10 minutes.
Nothing.
Anything pop up? No.
No,
Cool.
nothing. Oh, I would let you know. Oh, can you roll me a d10?
Oh boy. Here we go swimming.
Oh,
again.
one.
Trolls in the dungeon.
So, nothing happens. You guys continue onwards. Make another survival check. This is your last one with an advantage.
Oh, advantage. I haven't even been rolling the advantage.
And you can add guidance, remember.
Yeah, so that one would be a 28.
Awesome. So, at this point of the journey, it's just huge plains, almost next to no trees whatsoever from as far as you can see. This is just rolling hills. The plains are huge. Flocks and groups of animals can be seen roaming miles away. You can see them foraging and grazing. Some deer, some other things, some birds flying across.
Any owl
You
bears?
do spot, and this immediately spot us on the track here. You see some footprints from your survival check. You immediately identify this as hobgoblins. They're heading south.
Oh, shit. Right. What do I know about hobgoblins? Are these the evil versions of
They're just
Owl
bigger,
Burger?
meaner looking versions of goblinoids.
But not inherently. They're not like Lord of the Rings style. Oh, this must be evil shit.
Everything can be evil, everything can be good.
You what? Sorry.
Everything
They
can be
they
evil,
can
everything can be good. Yeah,
Perfect.
there can be any alignment, but they tend to be more hostile.
Okay. And how many sets of footsteps does it look like if I take the time to try and observe?
There's a good number. There's a lot. There's enough, along with the normal traffic that would normally come this direction, because you've still not spotted the cave mentioned that would take you guys to Verla. There's definitely enough footprints. Some many weeks old. Some recently, in a couple of last days. There is another footsteps here you spot, and this is something you didn't think you'd ever see, but you do spot along the footprints. Bugbear.
Hmm.
Oh no. Okay.
Okay.
That's the bigger goblin.
Okay. Does anyone know whether there are goblins native to this area, Alvaver?
You say that as though I'm gonna know, like I've got some sort of herding instinct. Like, I sense my people.
I mean, you know, I know there are druid camps around here, for example. You know, you might know. For example, the fact that they appear to be a smallish band of hobgoblins and a bugbear nearby.
Yeah, cards on the table. This is the first time I've ventured outside of the casino and done any sort of adventure. So,
Right.
not
okay.
a clue.
Okay, so as we get nearer the cave, we might find ourselves with a sandwich band of hobgoblins and a bugbear in our way.
Can't you turn into a bird and scout?
I mean, I could, but if they've gone underground, I won't see shit.
Hmm.
What about bats?
Yeah, but I mean, I can't tell you anything. We haven't found the cave yet. So when we get there, by all means. Otherwise, you're on your own till I do.
And so far, he's the one leading us.
Yeah, point.
But we may need to be prepared for a possible aggressive band of hobgoblins and bugbear.
That's nothing unusual. We're used to people trying to pick fight with us.
Yeah. What's a bugbear?
It's a big motherfucking version of it.
Okie dokie then.
Extra
Bugbear's
big,
big
extra
there.
strong.
Well, in fact, to be fair, would Tess even know what a fucking bugbear is?
Make it.
The bigger
Make
they
a
are,
history
the
check.
bigger they fall.
24.
You've heard about
Okay.
them.
Do I know any of their weaknesses?
Nothing specific that would give you a tactical advantage because everybody
Uh-huh.
fights different.
Okay.
You know they're big and more lumbering. Just like if you compare a human to a hill giant, there is obvious differences. But nothing that would say, oh, this is going to definitely do this and this is going to do that. You're not sure.
Okay. I just thought I'd potentially try and get a wee bit extra.
I suspect they're possibly a band of raiders looking for where the traders have gone. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're hungry, angry, and annoyed.
So are we going to follow the route, or are we going to step off the route and not follow the obvious?
We could always just keep going. If they try and attack us, we fight back. We're just defending ourselves. We don't necessarily need to go after them. And if we
No.
go to see Mia and get back within one piece, whichever circumstance happens with Mia, then we can always alert the guards that there is a roaming group of hobgoblins or whatever the fuck you said they were.
My concern is they may be waiting in ambush somewhere if they're looking for prey.
Yeah.
So I think if nothing else, we go off the track, even if it's just near the track and following the same path still, even if we're just in the trees.
Yeah. Good idea.
That is an option as well. What do Mantra and Aweber think?
I think,
Well,
yeah, going through the trees.
these probably make sense.
Trees? You see no trees nearby.
Or
Yeah, we're on the plane.
whatever we can kind of go through terrain-wise. As soon as we see something that looks like, oh, this could be an ambush, let's go round the ambush, through the ambush, and not be ambushed in the middle of a path.
We can ambush the ambushers.
And if the wind's blowing our way, if we're potentially downwind of them, perhaps Toto can sniff them out.
And Salvio.
Wind is still heading eastward, so there is a little bit of a crosswind, but it is coming slightly your direction. But it would be a hard right of where the set would need to originate for you to pick up on that.
Okay.
So let's continue.
Cool.
So I'm going to pay extra attention to their footprints as well to see whether we're still going the same way as we go.
Yeah, the route continues southward. But can you give me a survival check for your fourth leg of the journey? No advantage.
18.
Okay. So,
Salvio jumps onto Van Zan's elk.
Oh, now you're giving me attention.
You dips down a little bit as you roll through. You continue the dirt path round. What's going on here? Let's refresh.
And I pat Sylvia on the head.
Come on.
Nice little kitty.
Sure, you touch one pussy, now you want to touch them all.
Mm-hmm. I'm all for the pussy. That amount of clicking.
Yep. So, as you're walking down, you find a little bit of a set of slopes going down, looks right around a little bit of a hill with a small cliff face, probably about 5 feet tall.
5 foot tall cliff face. I mean, that's easy
Yeah.
to climb.
5 foot to 10 feet, depending on how far along. It seems to be just a little bit of a ground that's sifted up, and the road just goes around it. When you do this, wow.
I would say we climb the cliff face and get the high ground.
Can Silvio climb the cliff to see what's happening?
Oh no, you come down from the cliff and go around it, and then go back up, and you're almost on the same level as it. So this is a little dip in the road. Okay.
What did I say about looking out for ambush spots? Jeez.
Make a perception check.
Nat 20, so that's 28.
You're getting all the
You
20s
see
today.
nothing.
This dice is a good motherfucker.
You don't see anything.
You sure
However-
it's not weighted?
We're going to take a break.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh dear. Oh, dragon time.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Does
We're
that
in
mean
shit.
does a... Let's actually get
Oh,
my
dear.
stuff up for this. Rules.
I knew we were going to need Astral today because I've got it already
I
open.
was going to say that's astral time by the sounds of it.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yep.
maps that were mentioned.
I'll be building maps up all week just to get things up because we've got plenty of things that we might go through. But
Time to
I
try and kill the party.
By the way,
like-
there's the hydrate. So drink, people, drink.
Hydrate. Well, I'll
Cahal.
be doing that during the break.
Gin.
does a 24 hit.
Yeah, it does.
Cool.
Club to the face.
Is
Mhm.
sneak attack on this one?
Oh, yikes.
Oh wow. Okay, that was maximum on the sneak attack. Could you take 20 points of piercing damage as a crossbow bolt hits you in the thigh?
No worries. Dump.
And I will see you guys in a few minutes.
No poison check. I like this.
That's a good sign, at least for now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I got a nice error message on Astral just now.
Oh.
Sigvi.
Welcome back, everybody.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello. Hello. Okay, so
Hello.
just before the break,
Hello.
that hurt.
That did hurt,
That did hurt.
motherfuckers.
Okay, you spot
Did
it.
you
You
get
just
our
straight
owies?
to your west. You spot someone with a crossbow bolt and just lowering it. And he's reloading. I need your y'all to roll initiatives.
I'm gonna stick with the one I rolled in the break so as not to be cheeky, which was a 15.
Is that because you just rolled a 1 or something?
No, because I would only be re-rolling to try and get higher. And that feels just
And it's
a bit naughty.
mathematically not probable.
Great chances.
Yeah.
Well, that was
But-
only a 9 for me.
9 for...
18.
14.
Oh, wow.
20, but it's not natural.
The unnatural 20.
Yep. I was going to say the dirty 20, but then I was like, eh.
And Silvio,
Oh, yeah.
she's out.
So, Salvio got really good initiative. Salvio got, I'm just seeing what she gets as a bonus to initiative, which is Dex, was it?
Yeah.
Alright, 21.
Shit.
Our star fighter for the session, yeah.
Wow.
The familiar goes first.
No, she's not.
First of us.
First of you
Yeah.
guys, yeah. Okay,
She's supposed to react.
let's zip you guys into your location. Move party here. Here you come, guys. Flip.
Yay.
Okay.
I mean, I can't actually see my familiar, so...
So put yourselves within about 10 feet of that rock on the road.
Can I
Where
get a
you'd be
familiar?
As in this one.
Bring her. Where is she gone? I had her. Oh, she's under Tessa. Yep, just under that one. Just be within about 20 feet of that. Show.
Yay, Salvio.
Yay.
I mean, Salvio was on Van Zan's elk, so...
You
Oh yes,
said
the elk. Let's get that in.
you mentioned the bolt that hit me came from the west. You mean the east? Looking at the map. Or is
At
there
this
someone
point,
that's
it
not on
will
there?
be. Sorry, yes, sorry, north. Yeah, the one you can see is the one that
Okay,
hit you.
okay.
Sorry, yeah, sorry, my direction was terrible there. Now I'm trying to get in the elk. Van Zandt, for now, your elk will share your initiative roll.
Okie dokie.
Is
Can
it a
your elk
medium
actually
or
do
a
anything?
large creature?
Van Zandt.
Yes, the elk is a large beast.
There you go. We'll share initiative on that one. For Van Zandt, since he's mounting it. Where's Van Zandt? He's there. Make this green.
Well, we walk into the south on this map, like the southwest.
Yes, you're heading southwest because you're heading you're basically heading south to southwest because that's the direction of the island you're heading in. So, top of the order, we have this guy who steps out, appears right up there. Let's get this keeper in. Okay, steps out and goes, "Ha! So you're... You know, it'd be easy if you guys had a name to associate yourselves, but I think it won't matter after today because you're all going to be served on a platter to Malorn. We're here to collect the
Ooh.
bounty."
Well, you can
And you
try.
honestly think your small band of bandits are going to bring us down?
Listen, I like hunting animals, and to me, you're just another tiger to put to death. And skin, armless. I'll wear you like a coat. They don't need your skin for handing in the bounty.
Mandra, that's one's for you.
Was it the leader talking? Yes.
Yeah. But pulls out this little flask. I think we should heat things up. He's gonna throw this object 20 feet. Actually, can you throw that distance? No, he can't. No, he won't do that. Actually, that would be silly.
Oh, he did it.
He is, however, going to say, "Get him, boys!" And he's going to trigger a wanton encounter effect where he allows his entire allies within 180 feet to be able to move up to their movement.
Cool.
Are these humans or are they hobgoblins?
Humans. So, mostly other humanoids as well, maybe a dwarf and elf here. But yeah, none of these are goblins.
Bandit lackey.
Been a while since we've had a bandit lackey.
Mm-hmm.
There's over 5 of them. There's at least 5 of them.
I'm seeing 8 so far.
They all have a death wish.
Okay, so that is his action. And that's him. Silver, you're up. Tetsuo on deck.
So Silvio has a movement of 40 feet or a climb of 30. So see this, is it a bush or a tree to the southeast of Silvio?
That is a tree.
So I am thinking Silvio's actually going to, she wants to assist Mantra, but she's going to just kind of stand by in the tree,
Okay.
ready to jump on, land on a bandit's head to distract them if it's close to the tree.
That's right. She comes up the tree, scurries up, and just sits and just.
So I'd imagine she would be able to jump onto Bandit Lackey's floor's head if... Oh, now I've lost her and I can't find my character. 1 second, I got it. That works too. I was just going to switch character to Mantra. But yeah.
You moved inside the tree.
Yes. Well, that's what she was kind of doing. But yeah, so she's going to go there and she's going to ready an action where if Mantra attacks something next to the tree, she's going to assist Mantra and try jump on its head.
Okay. That touches the wheel.
What?
Is that you? Is that Silvio?
Yeah, it's Silvio.
Okay, Tetsu, you're up. Bandit Lucky 1 is on deck.
Okay, so I am going to use 20 foot of movement first. Well, 15 foot just to get diagonal in front of Kahal and go for Bandit Lackey 5.
Go for it.
Dual hand, staff, whack, whack, whack.
Go for it.
Okay, 26 to hit.
It's a hit.
Okay. So 7 plus 4 is 11 bludgeoning.
Okay.
Same again. And that is again 19, which is plus 7,
Hits.
26 again. And this one's 8 bludgeoning.
Okay.
And key point to go pop pop.
Go for it.
So 17 to hit.
Hits.
And that is 9 bludgeoning.
Okay.
And second one is a nat 20, so
Nice.
2d6. That I don't like because they're both ones, you motherfucker.
You can reroll, can't you?
So, don't believe so.
Do you have to savage attacker or crushing? Do they not give you that effect?
Give me a second. I shall quickly check. Okay.
I know piercing does it, but I think crushing or savage attack does that. You
So once per
have,
turn, you can reroll damage with a melee weapon attack.
which is flurry blows.
Okay, cool. You can reroll the damage die. So would that count
Yeah. So you're D6.
both of them? Or
when
one,
you
'cause
roll
it
damage for
states
weapon attack,
damage
you can
die.
reroll the damage dice and use E-roll. Yeah, you can reroll.
Okay. I will happily take that because that's both 5s. Cool, so that is 14 bludgeoning on that one, and I'm going to use an extra key point to stun and strike.
Okay. You're hammering into this guy.
Yeah. They made the mistake of fucking with us again.
That is a what save?
Oh fuck, now I need to remember. Stun
Con?
strike. I think it's, yeah, con save 14.
Yeah, he rolled high. That's 19.
Okay, cool.
Is this your stun? Anything else you want to do there?
Nah, that's me.
Okay.
Well, in fact, I used 15 foot to get there. 25. Okay, so I'm moving there, and then that's using in total 30 feet of movement.
Okay.
Cool.
Perfect.
That's me.
Final one is seeing a very vulnerable cat. 1, 2, 3. Moves in. Okay, it's gonna make his.
People don't like your cat.
That is gonna be a miss because that's only 11.
That's nice.
He is going to use his offhand attack. Well, that's a lot better. That is a 24.
I suppose that hits.
Takes 7 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Maximum hit. Okay.
That's in max hit. That's a bit low.
No, it's D4 plus his dexterity. So yeah, dagger. So you just come in and you just feel a shot right there on your side. He can't do anything else.
You mind?
But he pulls back the blade and begins dabbing with some fluid on the dagger.
Poison.
Mantra, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to turn around. And I think I'm just going to attack with my longsword.
Long slung sword.
One hand attack.
Oh.
So that is a 19 to hit.
He is going to use reaction and activate dodge. Your attack now has disadvantage.
So that is 18 to hit.
That still hits.
So I'm going to activate it as well. So
Yeah, go for
that
it.
is.
But you do not gain sneak attack in any shape or form because you had
Yeah. That is 2d8. So that is 9 slashing.
Okay.
And 6 fire.
Awesome.
And it does recharge because I got a 6. As for the offhand, I'm going to turn around and also attack with my blue dragon claw dagger. I'm varying it. So that is that still disadvantage as well?
Yep.
Or was dodge just
all
one
attacks
attack?
against this person until the start of his next turn all have disadvantage.
So first roll, 17.
Hits.
Second roll probably does not. That's 14.
Hits.
Oh, okay. He is a weak guy.
He's only a lackey.
Yeah, true. Well, we have a lot of health. I'm going to also activate a charge of this, which so that I get to re-roll because it is piercing damage. Thankfully, because it was a 1. And that is 8 plus 8 lightning. So 8 piercing, 8 lightning.
Awesome. Anything else?
I think I am actually just so that I can get a little support. I'm going to walk over to Lackey 4 because I didn't like how it was close to my cat.
Okay. Anything
And
else?
then I end my turn.
Awesome. So, Lucky 5 is up, and he is going to go his weapon, and he's going to give you a couple of pokes in the ribs. Let's then do. That first one is a 14.
Nope.
And the next one is a 24. I'm rolling
That
9s
one
and
hits.
19s, apparently. Okay. Let's get a green D4. So take 7 points of piercing damage and 1 point of poison damage.
So 8 in total.
Yep.
Okay.
And that is him. Bandit 2. Lucky 2 is up next, and he is absolutely nowhere to be seen, so I must have numbered him differently. No,
Yeah,
someone
you
missed.
called him the ambusher too.
No, he's different.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I put more than just that on. I think I am missing one character. Let's
That's
see.
a shame.
And there should be 5 lackeys. I see only 4.
Oh,
It's because we killed one already.
Could it be because of the brute?
Nope. Let's bring him in. I'm going to say he was late to the party. He
second
pops in
breakfast.
there. And he jumps down. Doesn't quite go near Cahal. He does nothing. So that's his turn up. Cahal, it's your turn. Banzan, you're on deck.
It's funny you mentioned Van Zandt. So given that he is not mounted, I'm gonna head. I'm not gonna move over and leave Tetsu abandoned, but I'm just gonna look towards Van Zandt and say, "Time to shine, big boy," and cast enlarge.
Oh dear. Pop.
Van Zandt grows and does an extra 1d4 on all his attacks, and advantage to strength.
Flop.
I am death.
I wonder if that's how Niall felt whenever he got enlarged.
Probably.
So, enlarge.
I mean, he also had like his giant's might, so he was able to enlarge himself and then get enlarged.
To huge. To get
Yeah, the mount is separate. The
It is
mount
separate.
is a separate. Yeah,
Yeah.
mount is separate.
So, anything else you want to do? Oh,
Just gonna take a few steps, and that's it.
okay. So, Elk doesn't have a lot of hit points. Okay, so Phantom and Elk is up, and Lackey's on deck. Lackey 4.
Okay. She's gonna check 40. I'm gonna use the elk first.
Okay.
I'm gonna move it. Oh, wait, where did? I'm gonna move it up a little. Oh, can't move my elk. Can I move my elk?
You can't move your Elk. That's what I need to assign it to you. 1 second. Assign to Doom Blazer. There we go. There you go, you have powers.
I'm gonna move it up, and then I'm going to charge in. Let me check. Bandit Lucky number 5. Rawr.
He's got advantage.
As I do that, I charge, and I'm going to use an action ram attack.
Go for it. You have
So
advantage to your attack.
So let's first see if I can hit it. That's a 23 to hit.
That hits.
Just remember, is that with advantage?
Doesn't matter, it hits. I guess
Oh,
if
it
it
could
crit.
still get a crit.
And then I can try for the crit.
Yeah.
Nope, no crit. And then melee attack. 1d6 plus 3. So that's 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Nice.
And then I need for the charge attack that the target takes an extra 2d6, so that's 5. That's 9 extra damage.
Oof.
And then you have to. Oh, wait. I just,
You just saw your elk,
You need to do.
and you just saw somebody explode.
It didn't do all its
Not get
damage.
thrown.
It had to do a DC 13 check.
Oh, it fails automatically.
You already blew it up.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
It got impaled
Aw.
on the horns, and then your elk's confused because there's a corpse on it.
Chandelier.
That's normal for him. I'm
And
going to look
for-
over at Bandit Lucky.
Yep.
I'm going to look over at Bandit Lucky number 4. You're dead. And I roll a 17 to hit.
Hits. The disappointment in his voice.
Just remember the plus 1d4.
To your
Yep,
damage.
I got all my dice here. I'm just going to hit it with a normal attack. So that's this one. That's 19 radiant damage plus the d4. Ooh, that's a strange dice. Oh no, that's this. Where's my d4?
First
So
time
he's
he's ever
never-
rolled something so
Roll a
paltry.
D4.
Yes.
That's
I don't think
3
he's ever
extra,
rolled. Sorry?
3 extra damage.
Wait. Is that your first time rolling a D4?
Yeah.
Imagine
So-
that dice, it hurts you if you stand on it.
That's 19 plus 3. And I'm going to attack it again.
Go for
That's 29 to hit.
it. Yeah.
It hits.
Oh,
So
aye.
that's 18. That's strange dice again. That's 22 damage.
Big boy
18
knows how
in
to
radiant and
Perfect.
yeah, 4 something else.
Anything else?
No, that's it for.
Okay, he is going to take his turn.
Damn,
He
you're alive?
feels a little bit hurt.
Not for
He's
long.
like, pulls out his knife in front of you and just starts dabbing it with he ghosted and he pulls out a vial with orange liquid. He looks behind Mantra, throws an alchemical fire. I need everybody, Silvio, Toto,
Elvio's in a tree.
so it's 3x3, centered between Silvio and Mantra, so that will be all 4 of you. I need you all to make dex saving throws.
You got the extra mantra. You got the extra +5. Thanks.
Everybody gets a
Toto.
+5.
Okay, so that is 25 for Mantra.
Save,
23 for Van Zandt.
save.
Oh no.
21 for Alvar and 34
total.
for total. Alright, I thought you told me a roll as well.
No, total. Silvio, Mantra, and
12.
Alright,
12.
okay, in that
That's
case, I'm
That's a
not
fail.
I'm redoing my maths. That's
Silvio takes 3 points of fire damage.
Oh, Salvio should actually have been healed over the long rest,
Yeah,
but
so-
wasn't.
Heal back up and then, yeah, take it up.
So, already at 18 health, so it's fine.
Was that an attack or was that?
It was not
Can
an
I
attack.
attack it?
No, it was
Alright,
it was he threw a flask and it shattered. It went. So there's fire everywhere.
Fun.
All three of you, Toto, Van Zandt, and Mantra. In fact, Mantra, you know you don't take anything. Van Zandt, you don't take anything because your shield and your rogue shit. Toto takes 1 point of fire damage because he's not got that ability.
Also, even if it wasn't for that, I still wouldn't have taken damage. If I failed the dex save, I wouldn't have taken damage.
Oh yeah, you're resistant as well.
Yeah.
Resistant to fire.
Well, you take quarter damage if you did.
Yeah, quarter of 3.
Quarter of 2 actually. No, 3, yeah. So yeah,
That
you
would
would
have
take
been
no
no
damage.
damage.
You know what? Unless it's a 4, you wouldn't take no damage. So this is fine. Do you choose to be hit by it? Don't. You'll still take damage. Right. So that's him up. Alpha for Toto, you're up.
right. Okay. So let me just double check the distance. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get Toto to run at Bandit Lackey number 3 to initiate charge and maul.
Go for it.
Okay, so let's say 19 plus 6, so does a 25 hit?
It does perfectly hit.
Thank you, so that's 1d8, 3 plus the extra d6 of slashing damage. And I roll 2 fucking 1s, shit. So, that's a total of 5.
5 damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I rolled 2 natural 1s there on both the d8 and the d6. I'm gonna do with these dice. These are going in the fucking corner where they belong.
Okay.
That's 5 slashing damage. And as for me, I'm gonna go ahead and take a pop at Bandit Lackey 3 with my bow. So, gonna go ahead and use Favoured Foe first before I do.
Cool.
And he is larger than me, right?
Yes, he is a medium creature.
Right, okay. Am I able to do Fury of the Small in the same
can
space
do.
as well? Okay, excellent.
Do you have concentration, favourite foe?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So it does a... Where's my d20? Does 30 hit?
He's going to use a reaction and do dodge, so you now have disadvantage to your attack roll.
Right, okay. So, roll again. Does a 14 hit?
It does. Roll 3 damage.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, so that's better. So that's 6 plus 8. So that's 14 plus 9. That is 23 piercing damage.
Okay. You do not gain sneak because of the disadvantage to the roll.
Then I'm in broad daylight. There's no way I'm going to be able to sneak.
You normally
Makes
would
no
have
sense.
sneak attack because Total's engaging.
Okay.
But you
How
don't
about
get
that? I go ahead and end my turn.
Say, but with disadvantage, you wouldn't get sneak, as far as I
Correct.
recall.
Yeah, you don't get
I
sneak attack.
said
for
it doesn't
anything.
say.
I'm pretty sure you can't get sneak because of that reason.
No, because it's one ally, you don't need to be flanking, and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, either way, I end my turn. That's me done for this one.
Actually, yeah, disadvantage is
Disadvantage
specifically
prevents the
specified.
sneak attack.
Yeah.
As well. Yeah,
Yeah,
because otherwise you'll
that's
have to sneak. Okay, so. See, I've been careful. I've been reading on you dirty rogues. Okay, so.
That's the new rogues, not to know for spells, right?
So, Amber Show 1 is Actually, sorry, ignore that. Okay. That's an at one.
GG. Good dice.
Rip.
And a crossbow bolt comes out of nowhere directly towards you, Alvivor, and appears from this location over here.
Okay.
Just to the south.
Yep, I see it. Does he actually get me though?
No, it was an at one.
Does it hit Bandit Lackey too, because it's in a straight line?
No, it'd actually go for the elk if that did.
What?
Yeah, if no one's engaging Alvivor at the moment, so that's fine. Okay, who is next in the initiative order?
So I just realised something I forgot to do. So on Van Zan's turn, Van Zan should have had an advantage on the attack roll because Silvio had a readied action to assist anything in range of a tree and she was going to jump on them.
He already had done stuff anyway. He had advantage?
Didn't have
No,
advantage, but he didn't miss, so it's fine. I'll just say it happened.
No, he did because he had rolled a crit. Oh no, that was the elk, so no, that's fine. Okay.
I'll just say it happened. It's fine. Roleplay purposes, Silvio had jumped on the bandit's head while Van Zandt was attacking, just to
Okay.
distract it.
Yeet. Showing to you, Alvivor. 2 great club attacks. First one is a 16.
Doesn't hit.
17.
Doesn't hit.
What's your AC?
18.
Oof. Alright.
Close, but no dice.
Okay. So that's that fine. And then all of a sudden, Mantra does a $19 hit.
Not anymore, it doesn't. I cast shield.
So Mantra's used the reaction, so I'm going to X your reaction for this turn. So I'm tracking reactions now. Okay, you suddenly spot. Oh crap, I did not mean to do that. I just added like 5 more people to the fight. Let's do that.
GG.
They're calling reinforcements.
Bring it on.
They refused to surrender in the first attack. Release the hounds.
So yeah, this guy appeared and tried to shoot you at point blank. He is now hauling us in the opposite direction. I'm sorry. I forgot he had advantage because he was hidden.
DM can't DM.
Yeah. But because of that error, I had to reroll for his advantage attack, and that was a nat 20. Yeah. I saw a 20 when I glanced down.
Okay.
Sneak attack.
I mean, if you had said, does that hit, then I wouldn't have cast shield.
So that's fine, I'll let you go back if you want to use your thing to half the damage.
I think I'm going to half the damage of a crit instead.
Apologies. Just realised he's hidden. Why am I not following mechanics? Okay, so. Oh yeah,
But
it's
if it's
2d8s.
multiple, I don't know.
Make a choice.
I'll see how much it hurts for I'm not casting shield. I'm not reacting yet.
27. Piercing.
I'm reacting. I'm going to half that.
And he is going to move. How far can he move? That's fine. So he's going to use his bonus action to Prepare. Oh wow. He disappears from sight. As he suddenly moves westward and disappears completely.
So, would a perception not be able to?
You can do a perception if you want to.
I just got hit by someone and then suddenly they disappear from sight,
Yep,
I'd imagine I was looking that way.
Right, okay, these two do not exist. There we go. Got rid of them. Okay. That was his turn up.
That was 17.
You don't see him. Yeah, you don't see that. You don't see him anywhere. You can't make it where he is at all. Okay. So, next one up. So we topple the initiative order again. Tessu,
Yes.
runs to you. Pulls out a scimitar and a dagger. So, first hit, he swings with the scimitar, and that is a 19.
Nope.
And that is a 10 with the dagger.
Nope.
Okay, that's you. Sylvia, you're up. Tetsu on deck.
So, Sylvial is going to try distract this lackey.
Lackey's distracted. Yep, distracted.
And stand about here to try trip it up in case Mantra pushes it. You know, that whole sitting down to try sort of... and end our turn.
Okay. Tetsu, you're up.
I'm gonna look towards Bandit Lackey and say, "You're gonna regret picking a fight with us. Everyone else has it."
You don't look at the
And-
corpse.
No, I'm talking to the Bandit leader.
They said lucky, that's what I was wondering. Okay,
I thought I said leader.
okay, go for it.
And once I've said that, whack a go.
Go for it.
17 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. Obviously, dual hand and all that. 11 bludgeoning.
Hits.
23 to hit.
Hits.
Ooh, max damage. 12 bludgeoning.
Okay.
And again, another key point to go pop, pop, pop.
Go for it.
Nat 20.
Nice.
No, not D8s, D6s. So 27, but yeah. Okay, I'm gonna re-roll with the Savage Attacker's feat. Okay, so 5, 4, 9, plus 4, 13 bludgeoning.
Okay.
And now I've got advantage on the second attack. This one is an 18 to hit.
That hits.
That one's 6 bludgeoning.
Remember you had advantage on that roll?
Yeah, I did.
How much bludgeoning was that?
So that was
6, was it?
6, yeah.
Cool. Alright, anything else?
Nope.
Okay. So. That's your turn up. And
I'm mucked up. Because when the bandit leader came into my vicinity, I should have been able to do a reaction.
that's fine. Go. You've been
Oh,
rushed.
you're ready.
No, you're being rushed.
Attacking me. Okay.
Yep, you're getting shoved. So, someone comes up with a dagger. 2 daggers, in fact. One each hand. He stops for a second. Oh, no, he's just looking at his eyes. Poke, poke.
That's the poison daggers.
So that is 11.
Nope.
That is a 12.
Nope.
Misses you entirely. Okay. he gets his reaction back. It is... He loses that, and that goes down by 1. Mantra, you're up. Lucky 2 is up on deck.
Okay. So, this lackey number 4. There's 2 bandit lackeys 4s actually.
Is it? Oh yeah.
Yep.
That'll be the one we were missing, so I'm going to swap him around and make him that one. There we go. That's why we had a problem with that. I knew it.
I was like, there's one here and there's one over there. Okay. So yeah,
Your image.
I am going to pretty much try blow up this thing, and I have advantage because Sylvia is distracting it and also flanking.
Cool.
So I am going to attack with my longsword of awakened fire. By the way, my blue dragon claw dagger did not recharge unless it inherited a d6 from my other weapon.
No, that's individual.
Yeah, but it was a 4, not a 5 or 6. So it does a 15 hit.
Yes, but he's going to use his reaction to dodge. You now have disadvantage on your attack. Oh no, no advantage.
Oh wait, no, I didn't use my advantage.
So you don't have advantage anymore.
So that was a
nullified it.
15.
Oh,
Okay,
and
'cause
you know what? You know what? Yeah,
Otherwise, it was going to
just
be an
hit.
18.
Yeah, it's a hit.
Yeah, so then
Probably
I
not gonna matter.
get D8, which is 3. So 8 damage plus another 8 fire. So that's 16 damage.
How do you want to do this?
I wonder if he ignites if I stab the sword in. It's meant to be slashing damage, but like, what happens if I stop it part of the way through, so it's like in the middle of his chest, and I hold it there just to see if it hooks a little bit, and then
His,
I pull
his
the weapon
arm
out.
drips and his side kind of like peels a little bit or down. The dagger falls to the ground and lands on the thing.
Hopefully, it didn't land on Silvio.
Silver, deck save. No, you can.
Okay, and I still have my second attack and my movement. So I turn around, I'm like, okay, so I've been trying to clean up the outsides, but I am going to jump over here, and I'm going to attack with...
Reaction, dodge.
They don't like me attacking things, do they? This is just to get rid of my advantage.
Yeah, fuck your sneak attacks.
I still get a sneak attack.
You do, you do.
But I am going to attack with my blue dragon claw dagger again, which is a 17 to hit.
It hits.
Okay, and I will add my sneak attack. But let's go for the piercing damage. So that's 7 piercing and activating the lightning. So that's 6 lightning.
Did you recharge?
And then my...
I thought you said it didn't recharge.
No, it's got 2 charges.
That's right, sorry. Apologies. So how much?
And then... So that is... Well, I've not added my sneak attack yet, but that's 6 lightning and 7 piercing.
Okay.
And the sneak attack, which I'm going to need more d6.
You don't have D6s prepared for sneaks?
Not enough. I will reroll that one. Cool. So that is 17 sneak attack damage.
How do you want to do this?
So basically I've ran around, I've just slashed that guy, I've turned around and I just jump through the air and stab this dagger into it, and you can see it electrified by the lightning in the dagger.
It's call from your perspective, someone's just come up and just tried to poke you, and all of a sudden you hear in the back behind him, and all of a sudden
Drops.
oh yeah.
Just
And-
look down at him. Well, that went well, didn't it?
My 2 end of turn recharges. Blue is lightning and red is fire.
It's red, black and orange for me.
Well, it's blue text or blue numbers on this.
I know.
It was a 6, but the fire one did not recharge, so I have 1 charge on my lightning one. Well, it only gains 1 charge, yeah?
Yep.
Cool. So my blue dragon claw has 1 charge again. I'm not sure if I end my turn here or if I move a little bit first. I think I'm going to move next to Alv and then end my turn.
Okay. Bandit's 5 wet poison continues to degrade on his weapons. So Bandit 2 is up. Bandit 2 moves and flanks Mandra.
Okay.
So the first attack is a 20 to hit.
I will use my shield.
That's right, you just regained your reaction, so we'll consider your reaction gone again. And the next attack is a 10.
Doesn't matter. So basically, it's attacking, and then you just see this magical dagger appear out of nowhere and deflect the weapon blow without me even having to turn around.
And it does it again, straight afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay.
But his second one was a toy dagger.
Cahal, you're up. Van Zandt and Van Zandt Ilk is on deck.
Right, you still got that wonderful dinosaur bird image available?
Wonderful.
You right,
That'll be
Chapin?
useful this time.
You what, sorry?
You wild shipping?
Wild shaping, yup.
Oh, you've not got someone right next to you this time, so it's probably actually useful.
Oh, wouldn't have mattered because actually when it flies, it doesn't provoke opportunity.
I can't remember what I found.
What's it called?
What was it called?
So this is the Quetzalcoatl or whatever the fuck. But I don't know if that's the image you named it after.
No. Oh, I know. This is actually really case sensitive. Has to match exactly. Yeah, but oh wait, there's an auto spell. There we go. Nope.
Potentially try.
You know what? We'll just do this.
Dinosaur.
Just make me big.
Ah. I'm just gonna pick this. What's the size? 3x3?
Yes. So I'm aware it's small space there, but I'm basically instantly taking off and flying straight up to ambusher number 2.
Flying T-Rex. Rawr.
Okay. What would you like to do?
Let me just get its stats back up.
Eat him.
Num.
Does a 15 hit?
It does.
Fuck me, okay. Okay, it takes 27 damage.
Okay.
And that is my turn done.
Awesome.
How come Cahal's token is partially transparent on mine?
Probably because you've got it selected.
You're partially transparent to me, as Toto is, so it might just be a thing with other people for simplicity.
Okay.
Okay. Van Zandt, you're up. Elk is also with you.
Well, the elk is going to do the same move he did again, but with Bandit lucky number 2. Ah. So first to hit.
So Bandit Lucky 2 is going to use his reaction to dodge, so the elk has disadvantage.
That doesn't really matter. 18 to hit.
Hits.
Okay. So that's this one. That's 3. That's 9. 12. That's 15 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then it has to make a DC 13 strength saving throw.
Strength. Lucky. That's a fail.
It's knocked prone.
Cool. Okay.
And then I'm going to charge in at Bandit Lucky number 2.
Okay.
And I'm going to attack it. That's advantage because it's prone.
Cool. Oh, actually, no advantage.
Oh, it's
Dodge.
prone. No advantage.
Dodge.
Ah,
It says they're nullifying each other.
That's- so that's 10, 20, 23 to hit.
Yeah, it has.
That's 16 radiant damage and 4 big damage.
Big Daddy damage.
I'm guessing that's slashing.
Hell yeah.
No, it'll be radiant.
And then I'm
No, he said so much radiant and then so much big damage, so I'm guessing big damage is slashing.
No, it'll be radiant.
Oh, it's just additional from the bigness.
Yup.
I'm going to attack it again.
Mhm.
That's 28 to hit.
Hits.
That's 17 radiant damage and another 4 radiant damage, so
How-
21 in total.
Do you want to do that?
Okay, I'm going to look at my elk, and I'm going to tell him to trample it.
So you
Wait.
shove your blade in, and your elk just goes. Well, you hold him down with the blade.
Now that's a bloody mess. Yay!
Okay. Interesting. Is that you?
Yep.
Total Albathor, you're up. Ambushers on deck.
Right, okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and have total Maul at Lackey 3 again without the charge effect. So, see now. That is a bit helpful down my d20. Does a 21 hit?
It does.
Okay, and not that d8 because that's in the dice channel. So, yes! Okay, so that's an 8 plus 3, so that is 11 slashing damage.
Awesome.
Okay. And I'm also going to take another pop at it with my bow. My favourite bow is still in effect
It is.
at this time, so good. Does a 25 hit?
It hits. You have sneak attack.
Right. Okay. So that is an extra 2d6. Okay, so 6 plus 9, 15 plus another 9, so that's 24 piercing damage.
How do you want to do that?
Just go ahead and pop the arrow straight through his neck.
Yep. So, from what you see, Total jumps up, noddles into him, he staggers back, and you take a shot at the same time, but you missed your mark, and you kind of shot behind him, But he steadils back, and all you see is arrow go straight through his throat and completely clear the other side. And you just see blood pour from both sides of the wound. And
Awesome.
he drops his weapon and begins holding his throat, goes down, total comes down, grabs that throat, rips it clean.
Excellent teamwork. And can I use my bonus action to stab the one beside me with my
No.
+1 dagger?
No,
No?
no.
I'm already out of options.
You can still use bonus action to do anything else like disengage or dash, etc., but you won't be able to use it to use a different weapon because your bow is two-handed.
In that case, never mind then. I'll just stay put.
Okay. So, that's that up. Okay. He's going to come out and steps about here. Okay. He is going to step out and head up sneakily towards that direction, that position. And he is going to shoot a crossbow bolt directly at the dino bird. So that is a 16.
Doesn't Dino Bird also have partial cover?
Yeah, but 16 misses anyway.
That's fine. He is going to try and move back to this location.
Oh no, sorry, 16 actually is exactly right to hit if it's got visibility.
From that position, it does see. You get +3 for AC because of the cover, so that's fine. He moves back and uses his hide to try. Uses prepare. Okay. Attempts to hide, but it's sticking out like a sore thumb still, with a very low stealth check. Right. That's him up. So the brute is up next. Brute's going to swing for Alvivore. So that is a 12.
Miss.
9.
Miss. Just go ahead and just swipe right above my head. Just like, ah.
Yeah, Leia, you almost hit me.
So, Ambusher 2's up next, and he's going to do something quite cool. He's going to... I presume you're still airborne, or you landed?
I'd be just above him if I've just kind of bitten into him.
He steps under you and uses prepare to try and hide. Can you make a perception check for me?
I rolled a 2, so I probably lost that one.
Yeah, you've lost sight of him.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
while he is underneath you, he is going to switch to his scimitar, and he's going to go do a bit of carving. So that is a 17.
Yep.
Okay. Ooh, that's a lot of dice.
Ooh.
19 points of slashing damage.
And I do keep
And
concentration.
you spot him. He's right underneath you. Leave him there for now, but he's underneath you. And another shot at you, Cahal.
I figured this was being bait by turning into a dinosaur. I did expect this.
I'm going to tell you this, they were about to attack Mantra for just slicing dice in the group, and then suddenly you went,
You're welcome.
I'm a giant thing! And they're like, that's
I
a
mean, they've
dangerous
got
thing.
masts. Like, my AC right now is like 23, so...
So both of those are 14s on advantage, so that
Nope.
misses. Give me a perception check again to see if you can spot where these shots came from.
20.
No, you don't see where they came from. Yeah, you're on a 20 roll. Okay, so back to the top of the show order. Tetsu,
Yes.
here comes the slices. So the first one is a 5, 9.
Nope.
That one's better, 23. No, sorry, 25.
Yep.
He just shoved his dagger into your leg. That's maximum damage. That is 7 points of piercing damage.
Okay. He's
Just
finally taken off me off the temp
You
house.
missed the scimitar, but when you dodge in to get fat, he just comes in and catches you in the fire with his dagger. No poison, but that is that. So we're back up to the top of the initiative order. Well, we were. Silvio, you're up. Tetsu on deck.
So Silvial has. Silvia's just going to jump onto the elk again.
Okay.
She's done.
Tetsu, you're up.
End of turn.
Okay.
Mantra on deck.
Mm, mm, mm. How do I want to try this? I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna go pop, 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 like always. And the advantage is only to the start of my turn, so that's fine. Okay, so that one very unlikely doesn't hit. It's 4 plus 7, so I'm pretty sure it's lower than the AC.
4 plus 7, so 11.
Yeah.
He is actually going to use his reaction and use parry and shiv. It increases his armor class by 2, and also, since he stopped your attack with his armor class, he gets a free attack against you
Okay.
with advantage. So that's a natural 20.
Oh, tasty.
Basic.
Take 10 points of piercing damage.
This guy's making me want to hit him even more. Okay. Cool. So that one missed. Second attack. Okay, so 15, 16, 17, 18, 22 to hit.
Hits.
And, like say, obviously dual hand, since I never do anything fucking else. 7 plus 4, so that is 11 bludgeoning.
Okay.
And fuck it, why not? Another key point to do pop, pop, pop.
Go for it.
Okay, so that is 22 to hit.
Hits.
That's 9 bludgeoning.
Okay.
Second attack is 19 to hit.
Hits.
That is 8 bludgeoning.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, perfect. Banter, you're up. Cajon on deck.
Okay, so I am going to move to flank the brute. And I'm going to attack with my dagger first this time.
Okay.
So my blue dragon claw dagger. And I take it 11 does not hit.
Nope, just misses.
Just? Jesus. Now I am going to attack with my longswords. Oh wait, I had advantage, right?
Yeah.
So, sorry, the dagger was. I'm just going to use the next dice roll, which was a 9 plus 7, so
Hits.
that's a hit because that's 16.
Cool.
Okay, because that's fair. Which is 8 piercing plus. I'm going to activate the lightning, which is actually an 8. Like, that's max damage there.
Nice.
So that's
42,
16
16.
damage to the boot. And is it still?
He suddenly, when you hit him around, he just turns and just glares at you. His eyes actually go red.
Oh, nice. Is it so? He's still standing and
He's
looks healthy?
standing, but he doesn't seem to be phased now.
Don't
Alright.
behead him. Don't behead him.
I am
It's
going
not
to
like that.
use my longsword, which I do not have any fire charges on right now, but I'm going to just use a slashing on it, which. So first roll is decent. The second roll is fucking. Oh Jesus! It's not a crit, but it's a 27 to hit.
That fish missed, but yeah, that hits.
That was a 19 on the dice. I was like, couldn't that be a crit? Just now, come on. So
Barbarian.
I like this D8 today. So that is 13 slashing damage. And I'm going to add my sneak attack.
How much, really?
So it was 13 slashing. Have you already added that, or?
Yeah.
We'll add that to my total. And the sneak attack is 16.
Okay. So, his little cool effect, he now gets to make 2 attacks against you.
Okay.
Because once you've completed your turn, he gets to use his reaction
Well,
to...
I get to re-roll 2. I get to roll 2 d6s to. They don't recharge.
So he's going to swing his great club at you, and he has advantage on both attacks.
Okay. I am going
So-
to. What?
That is a 13. That's a 23. Yeah, 23.
I use shield, but that's only matching the armor class, so I still get hit.
Yes, I hit, yeah. So you don't have to use it if you don't want to.
All right, I won't use it. Fuck it.
Okay. Okay, so his damage is increased for this attack as well. So you take 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
10 points.
He's
Okay.
sort of like bulks up, his veins pop in his arms. He has now got advantage to all strength skill bases, including attack and saving throws.
All right. I am not going to half it. I'm going to take damage because I might get other hits coming in.
Okay, so that's you. Cahal, you're up. Vanzand, Elk, and Vanzander's on deck.
So we're saying the guy underneath me is very much visible again, yeah?
Yeah, you know where he is. You can just felt him
So-
slash you. So you look down, you can see him.
So I'm just going the other side of the tree.
You were at range.
And then no, it doesn't snap anywhere else, but literally on.
Yeah, the tree's
Alright, fine,
pliable.
I stay there. Okay, literally fly up and dive bomb back down.
Okay.
And
As far
16.
as
16. Hits.
Okay. So that's 23 this time.
How do you want to do this?
So there's a big screech, which if anyone can understand dinosaur is, watch this! Before diving up, diving down, and literally piercing through his chest. Pretty much spitting him back up as throwing back off the beak.
Perfect.
And that's the turn of that. No, with remaining movement. Whee! Behind the tree.
Would dinosaur count as primordial?
No, B,
No.
it's arrow.
Okay.
So, Vanzand and Vanzand Elk, you're up. Total Alpha on deck.
Okay, my elk is going to attack Bandit leader. Rawr.
Isn't there a rock in the way?
There's a rocket away. So how are you doing
A what?
this? How are you doing this exactly?
I'm going up. I'm going sideways. And I'm going up.
So you're passing
Okay.
the brute.
No, I'm going missing the brute, leaving one behind, one between me and the brute.
And you're going through a rock.
It's an elk.
It would if you want
Right.
L to do that, it'll be an acrobatics check to see if it can successfully transverse the rock.
20. Okay, I'm going up. Whee! And sideways. Rawr. It's got 50 feet movement, so I can go up and sideways.
Okay,
And then I'm going to attack it.
go for it.
That's a 15 to hit.
Misses.
Big
Well,
disappoint.
that's my elk.
Yeah.
That's my elk.
That's
and
elk
I'm going to,
He actually stamps the ground and the elk kind of flinches when it goes to attack.
I'm going to attack the brute now.
Okay, make an attack roll.
Do you have advantage there with me? I don't think I'm flanking enough, am I?
I got 21 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, so that's this one. That's 16. 18 radiant damage.
How do you want to do this?
Oh. Am I a lot bigger than him?
Yes.
I'm gonna put my foot on his skull and trample him.
Okay. Squish.
I moved Silvio because
Yeah, I know.
Silvio is on the elk.
I don't. Right. Okay, what do you want to do next?
Oh, I still have points left.
You have attack, and some movement, and a bonus action.
Don't have. Can I move a lot? No. Ah, yeah. Can I? I'm going to Misty Step to the Bandit leader as a bonus action.
Go for it.
So that's 30. That's 30. I can make that. Rawr. Can I still attack him?
Yeah, you still got your second attack.
Okay, I'm going to attack him, and I got advantage since my elk is flanking.
Yep.
I believe. That's a 70. And that's okay. So that's 28 to hit.
Hits.
That's this dice. That's 13, 14, 16 radiant damage.
How do you want to do this?
I want to trample him.
Cool.
Okay.
You come in, you shove the blade into him, and you just step on him. Crush.
And then I'm going to tell my elk to crush him also.
Yeah, both of you stamp. It's quite gruesome here over here, Tetsu.
I'm noticing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But look at the glee on Doom's face.
Tattoo, total alpha, you're up. Amber's
Okay.
on deck.
I'm getting slightly concerned by the carnage that one elk can cause, if I'm being brutally honest with you. So, I'm just about to see another
Ironically-
bandit. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get Toto to charge and maul this guy. Okay, so it does a... Damn it. Got a feeling this isn't gonna hit. Does a 13 hit?
Look, misses.
Damn it. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna have total growl at him then.
Okay.
And let's see now. I'm not able to hit him with that big bush in the way. Oh, no, wait, I don't even have a line of sight on him, so
Yeah,
let's see now
you can't
where
see
it
him.
is.
But your dog did, so that's why your dog went.
Right, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move 20 feet over here, kind of follow where Toto's going. There we go, that's better. I've got line of sight now.
Okay.
So, okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and I can cast favored four more than once, right?
Yeah, you've got charges for it. You're supposed to
Right,
tick off
okay.
as and when you cast it.
Right, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and cast favored four in this one,
Okay.
and that's a bit better. Does a 23 hit?
So he's going to use his reaction and use Hunker Down and takes full effect of the cover and cannot be attacked.
Right, okay then.
So you
I'll
out
go
hits the
ahe-
tree.
Right, okay, I'll go ahead and end my turn then. Can't hide forever.
You're right. He
So you're
leans
gonna
out
come
to
out
the
then?
side and takes a crossbow shot directly towards you, and that is 23.
How much damage?
We'll find out. Takes 17 points of piercing damage,
Okay.
and I'm gonna just take a quick break, guys. We're back in just a minute. And we're back. Apologies for the delay there, guys.
Or better.
Okay, yeah. Ooh. I'm glad when this session is over. Right.
Good timing.
So, next point. Yeah, why
Where
not?
were we?
So, next bandit's turn.
Sorry, Bandit.
Okay, so natural 20 against Alvor.
Ah, fuck off.
That's 22 piercing damage.
Okay.
Okay, his stealth actually got broken there.
Uh-huh.
So you see it, he's right there.
Gotcha now, motherfucker.
It says you with an arrow with a crossbow bolt in your back. He then shifts around here and he goes to use prepare. And okay. He disappears from sight again. And he continues to move. Okay. Top of the initiative order. Silvio is up, protects on deck. He's doing really well with his stealth checks.
What?
He's doing really well with his stealth checks.
So everything has died according to Silvio, yeah? But Alvavil's still getting hit. So Silvio wants to sniff around to see if she can smell anyone. Or see anyone.
Mhm.
Does she?
Okay, so you're making a sight perception check.
A perception? A sight or... Well, it doesn't make a difference because it's a fucking shite roll anyway.
What'd you get?
So... Well, that's what I was saying. If it's smell, I've got advantage, but otherwise, it is 5.
Yeah, she does. She shit.
I'd imagine smell she wouldn't smell much because there's a dead leader right next to her.
Tetsu, you're up. Mantra on deck.
Okay. So from the position test, is like, can he see anyone that's still alive besides the party?
Not from your immediate position, you don't see anybody, but you see Total look at somebody. You did see some of the crossbow bolts coming from the south. You did see someone shoot at Alvar behind. That's all you saw.
So coming from the south, is that towards where Toto is?
Total's staring at something right behind that tree.
Okay. Don't know if this is going to help, but I'm going to use all my movement to get to here.
Okay.
Full 45, and from how it's shown on Astral, I can see Bandit Ambusher 1. Is there anything that would prevent me from seeing him right now?
No, you can see him. He's not hiding.
Okay. In that case, how far away from him? Okay, he is 35 foot. I am gonna... If anyone's looking at Tetsu, all you see is essentially radiant sparks go from his hand as he casts Guiding Bolt on the fucker.
Oh, fuck. Okay, go for it.
So I'm just doing that so it marks it off. Okay, so 18 plus 6, so 24.
Hits.
Okay, so that is 4d6. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, come on. Let's see if this actually is going to do good for me. Since it's first time casting this spell.
I can tell you two are talking to each other constantly. You're both smiling and grinning away.
Just type into
Check it,
follower
Twitch
chat.
chat. Yeah.
Okay, this is a good one. 20 radiant damage.
Okay, perfect.
And I'm pretty sure Guiding Bolt gives...
Yep, next attack against the ambusher 1 has advantage.
Yeah.
I think I smell a shark, whereas there's a cat in the shark tank.
And I'm going to shout just so Mantra can clearly hear. He's down next to Toto.
Hey.
Do you see Toto?
And that's me.
Mantra! It's your turn.
Would I have seen the one that shot Alva though?
You saw a
Because I
shot
know on my
where,
screen I saw a top of a head here.
and then suddenly disappeared. So you think he might be in that general location, but you don't know.
Okay. Well, I was also told there was one next to Toto.
Who has a juicy advantage to attack roll against it, regardless of flanking.
Well, I guess I will use feline swiftness. So I am just going to casually walk up to Ambusher because that is now my walk speed. Not even needing to dash. And I'm going to roll an attack.
With
Advantage, remember.
advantage.
With advantage?
Yep, because of my
Thanks.
Guiding Bolt.
And a flank.
That's an 18 hit.
It does.
Why am I rolling so poorly? This dice is getting put aside. Like, I have a high bonus to hit, and that's a hit I'm getting. Okay, so I am going to roll an attack, which is 10 damage,
Okay.
and then I'm going to attack with my offhand.
No sneak attack?
I was going to attack with my offhand and see if.
Okay.
Why does it appear as dead on it
Because I
open
thought
here?
you were sneak attacking.
And then it was going to be dead, I guess.
I'm sure you're going to do more than 3 damage, so.
Oh, okay. Well, that's metagaming now, but yeah, I'll attack with my offhand because that's what I was going to do.
Go for it.
And
This is where she only deals one.
13. There's a 13 hit.
Nope.
I didn't think it would.
Just misses.
With your advantage
You
as
should
well.
have took your
Jeez.
sneak.
Is that with advantage from the
Yes!
opponent? Oh shit.
I got
Should've
2
took your
5s on the
sneak.
dice. This bag's getting filled today.
Ooh, ooh.
At you?
Maybe.
Carl, you're up. Van Sand and Elk is on deck.
Right.
I should have even just got a charger to do +5 damage to it, just straight off.
My hands are up.
Oh
So
wow!
Carl can't see anyone, so I'm flying with half my movement, and then essentially going to hold a reaction of if I see one of the ambushers come out and it's within range, charge it.
What's your remaining movement?
40 foot.
40 feet. Okay.
So basically, if it comes out around this tree that Tetsu's behind,
Okay.
and that's it for my turn.
Van Sand, Elk, you're up. Toto Alpha on deck.
My elk is going to charge into the bush.
Which bush?
The one in front of Tetsu.
So the tree behind Tetsu.
Yeah, this one. Rawr.
Okay. Your elk runs into a tree. Is he just going to run into a tree?
It's gonna stop in front of the tree.
Okay. It's not into a tree.
Does it see anything or?
If it wants to spend an action to make a perception check, it can.
Nah. And then I'm going to move myself. Let's see, can I move 30 feet? I'm going to move myself here with a charge. There.
Okay.
I'm going to surround the tree. And that's me.
Okay. Alpha total, you're on up, and Ambusher's on deck.
Alright, okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and get Toto to make another maul attack against the bandit in front of him.
Mhm.
So that is 25 to hit.
Hits.
Excellent. I'm not liking how these things hit when I'm not like using charge though. Okay, so that's 8 slashing damage.
How do you want to do this?
Seriously?
My boy Toto.
Just go ahead and have him like use his massive paw to rip his face off.
Just comes up, slashes, and hooks the jaw, and the jaw rips away from the juggler. Juggler splits open. It's gruesome. You just see him stacking out, and he's like panicking, trying to grab his, then just falls down and just shakes a little bit and stops.
Just go ahead and shout out, "Who's my good wolf boy?"
He's licking up the blood right now.
Okay, more than I needed to know. Let's see now. I'm just gonna go ahead and move over here just to make sure. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and just shout out, "Is that all of them?"
Your back hurts a little bit.
Yeah,
From
mind
that
you got
bolt
shot
that's
in the
in your
back.
Guys, can somebody check my back? I think I've got bit by something.
Biggest mosquito in the world.
The one that did 17 damage.
Sorry, but it feels like a welt or something. I can't see. Somebody give me a hand.
No.
Okay. Is that you?
Yeah, that's me. I can't see anybody else. That's why I was like, shouting out, saying, "Is there any more of them?"
Okay, Silvio's up, Tits on deck.
Okay. Salvio's going to be looking around again.
Okay, make a perception check.
So that is a 15.
Nope, nothing.
Okay. And we'll stay on the back of the elk.
Okay. Tessa, you're up, and on deck.
Because I don't see anybody. I go have a look at the bandit's leader's body. So using my full 45, I get back up to see him.
Just as you move away, you feel nothing. Jesus Christ. Okay.
What was it that happened there?
Nothing, you don't know.
Sneaky opportunity.
Yeah. Might have been an opportunity attack, but you didn't see anything.
Okay. I'm gonna look at the dead bandit's leader's body.
Okay.
Since I don't know any other wise.
Make an investigation check.
Cool. 14, 15, 16, 21.
Not much on him, just some basic equipment, no magical items that you can determine from first glance. You find a document on him that seems to be a advertisement for you and your comrades.
Okay.
And a coin purse.
How much is in the coin purse?
There's some coins in there,
Okay. I'll have
but
a
not
look
enough
at
time
that.
to look in 6 seconds.
Sure. Cool, that's me then.
Okay, Mantra, you're up, Call, you're on deck.
Okay, so I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts. So for the next minute, I can detect the thoughts of anything within 30 feet of me, because I don't think we're safe yet.
Okay.
So I will just put Sorry. A quick wee aura around my character for 30 foot. And I'll walk towards Alvavur because she was complaining about a sore back. If that makes sense. So I'm going to just walk. Where is Alvavur?
Yeah, I'm over here.
I'm just going to walk towards Alvavur.
Okay.
And do I see anything?
Make a Oh no, you used your action to
Yeah.
Yeah. So from your passive perception, no.
Because within 30
However,
feet of me, I
on
can
your-
even sense Van Zandt from here.
Yep. So you don't see anything, but you do sense. Kill Cashrin. Kill Cashrin. Kill Cashrin. Kill Cashrin. Kill that little fucking stumpy bastard. You also sense. What will I hold today? I'm bored. I've not held anything. You also sense. I want some milk. You also sense. I want to graze. Grazing sounds fun. You also sense. What's her name? Who was that did the plumbing work? And you also sense. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! A full-on panic.
And I'll just be saying, so why do you hide? I know you're close.
Confusion.
Because that's just what I'm saying. I'll just say, why do you hide? I know you're close. I can sense
How much can you see through detect thoughts? Are you just aware of the thoughts?
So, detect thoughts, I believe I can see where they are. So, you can search for thoughts within 30 feet of me. A spell can penetrate barriers, but 2 feet of rock, 2 inches of
That's right.
metal other than lead. Anything with an intelligence 3 or lower or doesn't speak any language, I can't detect the thoughts. But basically, I can detect the presence of it.
Yeah, so you know there's people in the area, and that's what you're sensing.
Yeah.
You're sensing at this point, more or less you sense emotion or just basic thoughts. Basically,
When
a
you
blind
detect
panic.
the presence of a creature this way, you can read its thoughts for the rest of the duration as described above, even if you can't see it, but it must still be in range.
But it doesn't allow you to see what it sees.
No.
But you understand it's watching, and from what you understand from its interpretation, well, from your interpretation of its thoughts, it's trying to find a way to survive. It's now whoever it is now in full survival instinct.
I only have 6 seconds because there was something I would have said if I had more than 6 seconds. But
Okay. Cahal, you're up. Van Zandt, your deck.
So, just to clarify, when he attempted his sneak attack, opportunity attacks on Tetsu, he wasn't visible to me.
He was invisible to anybody. That was a very subtle and very hidden move when I did a stealth check for that attack roll.
Okay.
Nobody's
Also-
passive perception spotted it.
Can't move onto that.
you probably heard me say I can sense you're close to me.
So I can't physically put myself there, but can I essentially be floating above the tree?
You still won't see anything.
Yeah, that's fine. Just literally there again, so that next turn it's the same thing of holding the reaction to wait for someone to show. But I can't physically put myself there because it recognizes a tree as an obstacle.
That's fine. Okay, Van Zandt team,
And
what do you want?
I'm going to yell at the tree, not knowing if there's somebody in it. If you come out of the tree and surrender, we'll let you live.
Make a
It's your
persuasion
choice.
check. Or deception. Which one are you picking?
check.
Actually, what do you say?
Persuasion.
Okay.
That's 18.
Aye. Liv,
Oh my!
fix it. So I'll let you think of an appropriate response for this roll. No response. Somebody's
Mantra
there, they're
that all day?
unwilling. Mantra, only detect thoughts you sense. I don't trust. I've tried to kill him and his friends. There's no reason for him to keep me alive.
Okay. Well, I can't say much until my turn because we're only getting 6 seconds, so I'll...
Well, if you're not responding, we have all day. So, or you
Alpha,
surrender, or we kill you.
Alpha or Total, you're up.
Okay, I'm just gonna like join in with the persuasion. Just like, you know, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. It's a lot easier if you tell us what's going on. We might let you live.
Make a persuasion.
Hmm?
Make a persuasion.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you wanted me to roll for that.
Mhm.
Okay, so that is 25.
No response.
You know we're gonna find you eventually. Toto's got a very good nose. And I encourage him to kind of sniff around for the last one.
You hear a click, and a rope, a string. Carl,
Yes.
didn't have time to dodge this at all. There's an automatic hit. There's a blood splatter on your underside. Mantra, Van Zandt, Alvaro used to see somebody. When you hear that shot, you saw exactly where it was. You just saw him shoot his own head and killed himself.
Okay then.
I guess he didn't want to come out after all.
Nah.
Well, I thought he was trying to survive based on the thoughts in which I could hear.
Just go send your message.
Sent her a message.
Mantra.
Upon the realization of what happens, Kahal will literally just let out the loudest possible screech that his creature can loose out. In irritation.
But from what you guys see, yeah, he shot himself in the chin, in the throat, crossbow in the face. At that point, he knew he couldn't be seen, but there was no way for him to stay there forever. But Mantra, you know why he decided to do it. That's up to you to share the party or not.
Okay.
When
Interesting.
when he thought about that, I'm just going to add to your thing there, because you can pretty much give you as much context as needed. Okay, so as you go around, you check through some of the bodies, I presume. Yep, you have find some coins. You managed to gather up a total. Oh, why did I do that? Let's open it back up. You managed to gather up a total of 12 platinum, 130 gold, 8 electrum, 100 silver, and 111 copper. This,
And
Mhm.
when you go,
as I say, mostly daggers, scimitars, some leather armor. Nothing too fancy. Some crossbows and some bolts. A few alchemical fire flasks. No poisons left.
Okay.
I'll probably pick up 2 daggers just so that I've got spares for throwing.
Kahal will fly up to get a bird's eye view, see what else is out there.
Make a perception check.
Natural 20 for 28.
Some animals, nothing in the distance. Seems all fine, quite clear from here to the crossroads, which seems to be about 6 miles south.
Crossroads.
I'm gonna.
No,
Sorry,
go
no.
on.
I was just gonna say, are yous wanting to talk to the person that yous were trying to find there? Get more information.
Find where?
You were trying to find someone there while I was looking at these bodies.
They committed suicide.
Oh, okay. Are you wanting to get information from them?
How can we get information from them?
How long has it passed since the person's died? Or shot themselves?
Well, I did hear the final thoughts. And something about the great prison of Alaria, Bahamut's justice.
Well, if we want more information, I can bring them back quickly.
And
If-
they don't want to go back there.
Bahamut's justice.
Yeah, that's a history check for me.
History check.
Would they, just quickly, would they have died from death saving throws by now?
They don't get saving throws like that.
Okay,
They're dead.
12.
never mind then.
12. Yeah. Even with the 12, you know what it is. Alaria's a giant, we'll call it a very huge prison that's situated on an island that's between the Savant Empire and the Alaria Empire. And it's a prison manned by dragons, humans, high elves, and a few others. And it's known to keep some of the most dangerous individuals in the world there. You know of a powerful wizard that is held there by name called Leonardos.
Hmm.
You also know
Interesting.
this is probably the shittest place you've ever been taken.
Yep. I understand why he took his own life. That prison is a nasty place. You don't
Have
want
you
to end
been?
up there. Heard rumors.
That's what someone that's been there would say. Okay.
It's the most terrifying place to being held as a prisoner.
There's even dragons being held there. Full
Yeah,
size
even
gargantuan dragons.
it even houses some full-grown big-ass dragons. So yeah, it's not the place to be.
How would a bandit be put in that place then?
How'd a bandit get out of that place?
That too.
Indeed. Well, it's dead now, so we can't ask.
Hmm.
Oh well. I guess we should continue towards Muir's Tower. What way was it again?
Your feet hurt. Southward Road.
Maybe we should take care of the corpses. Well, what's left of them.
Well, just to stop any chances of them coming back to life.
Yes.
Indeed.
There's already a big enough problem with undead on other places. We don't need one starting here.
So, when you said our feet hurt, does that mean we
You've been
probably...
travelling for 8 hours.
Okay, so we should probably think about setting up camp too.
Yep, it is evening-ish.
So yes, we should maybe scout for a good place to set up a camp. Also,
Speaking of, can Kahal see any good secluded camp spots
Yeah,
from the sky?
there's a few nice little spots on top of little hills that could give you a good vantage if you're sitting on the ground. As 101 camping, don't camp at the bottom of a hill. If it rains, you're going to get drenched, more like. Yeah, there's a few good spots you'd probably camp up in.
Kahal, lead the way.
Yeah, so Kahal actually is staying in the little kind of dinosaur form. Obviously can't communicate, but can hear, makes very screeching noise, but kind of bobbing head that way and starts kind of slowly flying off that way, getting a view from
I
above.
presume you stacked the bodies, adding some
Yeah,
tinder.
I would have been doing that.
That's fine. Anything to help burn the bodies with, or are you just going to try hope they catch fire themselves?
I would just have a look, see if there's any like twigs, tree.
There's some
dead
grass,
leaves
but
kinda
it's
stuff.
all
Can't
lush
you use
here.
your cantrip? Haven't you got a fire-based cantrip that you were using to change the colours of lights and set things on fire?
I've got thaumaturgy. I can't set things on fire. I can only alter them.
I can make a campfire, but actually, can I? No, I can create.
There's just a lot of green grass here. Make a survival check. Whoever wants to look around for any kindling.
I have a tinder box and a torch with me, so I can use those.
Yep, but you got no fuel for the fire.
I can
You
snuff
said,
light up
What?
a candle or a small campfire, but
you said survival, right?
Yeah.
19.
Okay. Nothing that you can see lying around. There's no like any dry pieces of wood or anything that would be suitable for a fire. But you do remember you have some alcohol that might be flammable.
In fact, there is alcohol that made me go fucked up last time I drank it. So yeah, I'm going to use the unprocessed alcohol.
Okay. You're gonna just pour it on the contents and try to set them on fire.
Yeah, yeah.
Make a dex check for me.
Dex check or dex saving throw?
No, just check. Dex check.
This is one of the shittest rolls I've had all day. 11.
That's fine. Catches fire.
11
fire
is one of your shittest tools.
does not hold on the fuel, but as you insist, you think, here's dry, here catches fire, and the flames begin to spread. The liquid evaporates, leaving behind nothing but alcohol, which itself becomes into fire. Eventually, you have quite a little bit of stack of fire, and the grass around of it becomes drier and drier from the heat. As fire starts spreading.
And I will come down, come out of my form, and make a
Wait,
fucking tidal
wait.
wave to put it all out.
No, I can't do anything there.
That's fine.
I mean, it usually doesn't spread too much with lush grass.
Yep, it spreads a little bit, but not too much. It's mostly cindering. You guys can just pat it down to extinguish
Okay,
it.
not too bad then.
Yeah, you can stay up there instead of giving it a bit of more oxygen by flapping down towards it.
Question:
Yep.
The ring you
Burn.
found earlier, does that need a tune to be able to
No.
use the spell? Mantra, can I borrow the ring for a second?
I suppose.
Precious.
I put the ring on and try casting plant growth.
Perfect. How many charges you want to use?
I don't know how many charges it has.
3.
I'll use. Do they recharge?
Yes.
I'll
Give me
use
a
two.
check it will just okay. You seem to be trying to repair some of the grass. Most is repaired, but the grass has quite a bit of ash that it can use to acquire, we'll say, fuel to regenerate.
And I pass the ring back to Mantra.
Anybody
Okay.
setting up camp just now while this is going on?
Away from the fire.
That's absolutely fine. So,
Not
Actually-
too close near the fireplace.
that's absolutely fine.
May,
Cahal,
may attract.
with your continuing perception check, you do spot a cave southwest,
How far from us?
about 6 miles.
Okay. All right.
So-
That is the point when we've got the camp set up. Then that I will have abandoned
So
before
about
for sure. Then to talk to people.
about an hour's. Well, what's your speed?
Oh, by flight, 80 feet, I think. Yeah,
Okay, you
80.
could be there within an hour.
Oh, okay. Let me just see how much time I have left. Loads. Okay. Yeah. Okay. In that case, I will go take a look at that first.
Do you keep your
Obviously,
distance,
can't
or do you get close to
communicate
it?
Do I what? Sorry.
Do you get closer, or do you keep your distance?
Well, does it look like a big entrance to a passage? Like, is there a road leading to it, or is it just a
There's
cave?
big. There's a
with nothing
road.
there?
The cave is quite big. It looks like it's big enough for carts to go through in 2 directions.
Okay.
You also see what looks like little bits of signs. Continuing perception again. There's foot traffic. You also see a hobgoblin.
Okay. The moment I see a hobgoblin at the cave itself, or
Yep.
just nearby.
Right entrance.
At that point, I will
he is
drop back
looking
down to go
around.
out.
Cool.
Yeah, drop back down to go out of sight.
Cool.
And head back.
Perfect. On your way back, we'll call it there.
Oh, I was going to use the orb again before we rest.
You know what? For comedic effects, since we wanted to do this last night, yeah, go ahead. Do you want to use the orb?
Yes.
Okay. Make an instant intelligence saving throw. We can't pass this up.
Okay. What?
We can't pass this up.
I mean, yeah, ending 2 sessions on that.
Insanity.
Yes. I might end up getting used to being insane. You never know. So, what dice do I use? I think I'll just use my unpredictable dice.
If she ends up in a tree quoting the Cheshire Cat, just freaking leave her up there
Oh.
for the night.
This dice either rolls high or low.
Perfect.
It doesn't do in between.
A
It's
10.
not got a 1 yet tonight, and it's not got a 20 yet tonight. So,
Int
as
saving
you
throw.
say, int saving throw.
And where are you doing this?
Close to Tetsu
At the
because
camp, but I think I have passed.
Near Van Zandt as well.
Oh, near Vanzan, so I get a +4?
+5.
+5.
+5?
Yeah. All
I'm
saving
running
throws.
away from Mantra.
So it's a natural 20.
She will outrun you. So much?
Yeah. It's a natural 20, so that's 31.
Cool. Ask your 5 questions. And who are you contacting?
Oh,
Demiantis
shit.
again, or
That's what you were trying to last night.
Yeah, I was trying to contact Demiantis, and I'm trying to remember the specific questions that I was going to ask.
Fucking told you, write them down. No, I'll remember them. No.
Why don't we revisit this next week when you've got a chance to think up the questions you want to ask?
Yeah, we'll call this as Mantra's not prepared. But thank you very
So at
much.
least it gives us something good
It
to
was like-
start off with
I had
next
it
week.
noted. I
It's
had
like,
it noted.
How do you feel about Mia's brother or cousin or whatever he is?
Yes,
it was
that was
things around
fun.
that.
Yes, well, it was only really 1 or 2 questions I had planned, not 5. But
Okay.
yeah, so how many words do I get on a question again?
Just ask a question.
You can ask as long of a question, but you only
You
get
got a
5
whole
questions.
minute to use
Okay.
everything.
All right. So, Demiantis, what is Mia's brother like?
And we'll call it
One of you's gonna have to write down that that's the question we just asked.
Yes.
Doing it now.
Alright. So we come back with a long rest. And yeah, not bad. Okay, so hope you liked the intro. will pop up on YouTube later on, but we'll call it there for tonight, and we'll see you guys next week. And remember, we've got a short story session coming up on the 21st. Definitely want to watch it. It'll be at 1 o'clock p.m. BST time. But until then, good night.
Bye all.
Good
Bye.
Good night.
Night night.